Hello, board members. How we doing this fine Sunday afternoon? Well, I hope. As it is Puzzle Sunday, welcome, I swear I'm not an elk. As it is Puzzle Sunday, we are going to be going back into the world of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, where we're actively dealing with a lot of stuff, weirdly, in the form of, like, a lady who might be a robot, a doppelganger mob boss loan shark, a weird murder goth lady woman, and like the actual crime itself. Plus we have the weird chef guy who's involved somehow. There's a lot going on right now, probably more than I can really think of in any of the other trials we've done. So if nothing else, the third of the Ace Attorney Trilogy is doing a good job of really ramping up the weirdness. I will give them that. So what all did we do last week? We confronted our doppelganger. We came here which is the work site, the job site of the guy who was poisoned. We had the trial interaction with the angry old man. I'd say it was pretty productive last stream. Let's see what we can get into this week. Exactly that? Okay, fantastic. Korean beef bowl sounds pretty good. Maybe I'll do that for food after the stream. Alright. Now we left off here because I think we were done investigating this whole area and we had to go do something very specific. I just don't remember what it is now. Oh, Tender. Okay, we found the Tender Linder thing. So now we can put him in the, we can put him in Tender, or in Très Bien. Easy Bonner founded the Tender Linder, simple just with the name written in the market. Oh yeah, we found this while we were in the doppelganger's office. So much stuff going on. Alright. Okay. Examine move. Okay, do we have anything else new to bring up with you? Are you familiar with Très Bien? Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Super admin restricted. What? This is madness. Never mind, that is Sparta. She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. A code word, huh? Sesame? If it's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Mile. I guess she just doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glenn Elg. What do you say? Oh, like you mean his profile specifically? I am ready. You have your bonk stick ready. Got it. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. He did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. Glenn Egg. But he has a robotic leg. No, we don't think he has a robotic leg. His name is spelled the same way forward and backwards, which we noticed is a thing going on with the people in this office. And he did have a hearing aid, but no robotic leg. Why do you think he has a robotic leg? Oh, I was listening to a podcast today. So is she Basil Lissab? Yeah. Yeah, Lisa Basil. She's Lisa Basil. So Basil is her last name. But yes, basically. Lisa Basil is her name. So you are actually very correct. Like I said, it's spelled forwards and backwards the same way. I figured that her focus was on getting a leg in the name and not Glenn because nobody likes a Glenn. Wow. Wow, shots fired to all the Glens out there. No, I guess never mind. They said he was a loser. Yeah, he's a loser at gambling. He's very bad about betting on horses. I believe that's why he's in debt to the bookie, the loan shark, is because he was betting money on the horses. Sounds like a Gary to me. You mean a Glenn? His name is Glenn, not Gary. Glenn Ross maybe, but not Glenn. No? Gary. Oh, okay. Sounds like a Gary. Got it. No, he's not a Gary. Or we have no reason to believe he's a Gary. Let's put it that way. Glenn is a better name than Gary. Wow, you were just hot taking everywhere, huh? Just shots fired. Get down, Glens and Garys. But, yeah, I was listening to a podcast today about England. And they were talking about this really awesome graveyard that sounds very interesting. I can't remember. Highland Graveyard? That sound familiar? It's like the top of the line, like 1880s Gothic graveyard of legend. I know one Gary, and as a child, I watched him try to smoke a blade of grass rolled up in newspaper, thinking that it was a weed. He has asthma. Wow, that would have been really bad for him. Yeah. Even if it was weed, which it isn't, it would have been bad for his asthma. Oh, man. Even age 7, I knew that that's not how it works. If weed was that common everywhere, he was maybe 12? Wow, yeah, so if weed was that common everywhere, you know how much harder it would be to regulate than it already is? It's already hard to regulate. If it just grew out of the ground everywhere like that, it would be even harder to regulate. Alright, so anyway, that's what got him into trouble. Huh? What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was really not in trouble at all, a model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Waiting for the weed/ivory hybrid so people can cover their homes in it? Oh my god. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. We've got to find out what this trouble was exactly. Was it perhaps the losing horse racing tickets? That would be interesting. To have your house covered in ivy that's also marijuana? The trouble is him being a loser. Yeah, that's the problem. Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that is... Okay, I guess not? Okay. But this is directly tied to Gary. You need to do a teen film style makeover, let his hair down and take off his glasses. That always works. What? Oh, to make him not a loser anymore? No, I don't think that's quite how that works. Maybe it's this? No, not that. Maybe... Is his bill in here? Like, is what he owes? It's not this, is it? No. Trust me, I saw it in a film 20 times. Are you sure it's not 13 times? With 13 dresses? I don't understand... Okay, if it's about him, maybe... Like the loan shark? I don't understand what the problem is. Oh, it's... God, that's so frustrating! Just talk about it. Why do I have to go through 3 menus to find a different thing to talk about? You get an A for that joke? An easy A? Oh. Talking about the Scarlet Letter remake with, I can't remember what her name is now. That movie was... I've never seen it, but I've heard, like, everyone was talking about how weird of an idea that was. And it felt like one of those things where everyone's like, this is uncomfortable and weird, but it also was very important. It is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. It felt like one of those things that people try to downplay how messed up what is going on in the movie is because it really, really, really reflects on society as a whole. It was very odd. Like, no one wanted to talk about the movie, but it felt uncomfortable is why no one wanted to talk about it. It was really weird. The message is good, but it feels weird until you get to that part. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it just made a lot of people uncomfortable about, like, because it was so kind of openly about teen, romance and interactions. I don't know. It just felt really weird that people were, like, hesitant to talk about that movie when it came out. It was really odd. Okay. Glenn's troubles. About Mr. L. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he's a bit of a loser? Is her tie metal? Could be. There's some speculation that she's actually a robot, so maybe. 3 psyche locks, huh? I guess Mr. L is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. We might have enough info to break this right now. I mean, it's weird that her suit, it has, like, lights on it. Right? That's a little strange, because they make shirts like that, but it's kind of a pain in the butt because you have to, like, hand wash it. I mean, maybe she's getting this dry cleaned, so it's not as big a deal, but still feels like it would be bad for it. That suit looks so uncomfortable. How is she breathing? Well, again, she might be a robot. So if she's a robot, she doesn't need to worry about breathing. Let's try this and see where we get. No give at all? Well, I mean, most of the characters in this don't breathe. Other than Gumshoe. He actually has like a weird breathing animation. He's the only one who seems to be breathing while he's standing still and stuff. I think it's supposed to be that they're emphasizing that he's like out of breath and like worked up. But he's the only one for some reason that has like an idle breathing animation. Everyone else stands still like this unless they're talking or something. Glenn's troubles. So how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. L was in? I'm sorry, sir. We don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. What are you talking about? I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elk's trouble have something to do with this? I'm assuming now we can present this? Take that! What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. That's because Gumshoe takes people's breath away. No, that's not... He is the one breathing funny, not everyone around him. At best, the only reason he takes people's breath away is because he frustrates them so much they want to yell at him. Gumshoe has been chosen as a non-capable character, unfortunately. All losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortune is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? What is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Egg, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right. We're not through yet. Marcel's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? He had other gambling problems? Oh, this. Because I think he was the one who had this ticket. Lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Oh, she's sweating, so she's not a robot. Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps? No! You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example. Do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000? Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. L won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. L's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Okay, I'm assuming they mean his profile picture. Furio Tigre, the boss of the loan office called Tender Lender. Tender Lender? People with business should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. L. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know any connection between the two of them. Well, I know that's a complete lie. Really? Because I've got proof that Mr. L and the Tiger knew each other. In the form of the lamp, or the calendar lamp thing. Take that! Furio Tiger, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. L met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. No! It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000? Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should be in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay. So the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I expect he was talking about programming. What computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. So close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? Was it MC Bomber? It's a very delicate matter. Without the necessary data, there's really no way I can access the information. What? I just really created some sort of program. She can't deny it if I show her the program itself as evidence. I'm so close. I just did! What? Huh? If I won that sort of money, I'd pay my electric bill for 3 months, then probably use the change to buy half a dozen eggs. Is your electric bill that heavy that it's 100,000 pounds? Alright, I broke it. I guess I don't have the last thing I need. Seriously? It feels like it. Going up tomorrow too. Brutal. Okay, I guess I have to... The radio. Can I present you with this CD? I think about this time. Okay. Who do I have to give this to? Who do I have to give this CD to check what's on it? For the love of God, this is literally the CD. Even someone as wildly wise as me doesn't know exactly anything about everything. Okay. Going up tomorrow too. Costs more to watch you than it does to sub. I haven't done the maths on that, but I'm afraid to. Wow. So your power bill? Why is electricity so expensive? Do you live someplace rural suddenly that's like causing a huge uppage in electricity costs? Well, obviously capitalism, but why the sudden uppage? Are you gonna have to start like do you need to buy a like a solar generator and put it out on your patio or something and try to offset some of your electric costs with the sun? What is going on? I mean, you live in England, so you only get sun maybe like once every other day, but I would think that would still help. We'll trade kidney for electric. I'm not gonna, I can't get into that. I can't go into that fight. So what am I missing? I don't remember about the radio thing. What is the radio thing? Come on, Detective Gumshoe. You can tell us what you were listening to on the radio. But I already told you. It was the weather forecast, pal. Did you say it was an exercise program earlier? Manchester. I'd benefit more from hydropower. That's true, actually. You guys got a lot of rivers and stuff over there. You could probably set up some kind of weird, like, dam or, what were the old-timey ones that they used to grind mill? Like a water wheel? I think there was another term for it, though, right? It was nothing, really. Ha 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 ha. Even if it's nothing. After he's hiding it makes me really want to know. I don't remember.
Take that!
Let's see if we can break him here, and then maybe then we can have what's on the CD. The radio. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you've made me a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... sports? Related to this? I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big just like Clint Elg did. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is one of his animations of him actively breathing. Is this related, or are you just being insensitive as a friend? It's related. Because this guy was listening to the radio when he got killed. And the fact that he was listening to the radio on his left ear versus his right ear was part of the trial. And then on top of that, we also have to just, you know, be a jerk to Gumshoe for no apparent reason. It's like you can see right through me. Huh? I've cracked him already. See, pal? That's why I said it was nothing. I mean, that was nice of them to give me some points back, I guess. All lottery players are suspects. Got it. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. With everyone in the lottery. So, how did it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elg, see? And they've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawing live on the air. It's intense, pal. But that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah, what time is it now? It's just after 1:30. And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah. Look, I got the flyer when I bought the ticket. Millionaire radio flyer added to the court record. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m. I'm going to disagree. I'm not going to say more than that. I just disagree. Off to my grandma's with the police. Oh my god, yeah. Take them down, coppers. Or bobbies. I guess it's the bobbies, right? Bobby's kicking in your door. We suspect you of what? What, youngin'? I'd buy a lottery ticket for that promise. I mean, I'd drop $1.50 on a lottery ticket if I could guarantee the most thrilling 10 minutes of my life every Monday at 1:30. I don't stream it on Mondays. I'm not usually off work by 1:30 though, so it'd be weird to be thrilled at work. If you understand what I mean. But I'm sure I could find 10 minutes. I could find 10 minutes to be thrilled at work on a Monday. Need to be careful when I take my breaks on Mondays. You just gotta get the timing right. You just gotta get the timing right and be like, hey, it's 1:25. I need my 20-minute break like right now. I'm gonna be busy for the next 15-20 minutes. Millionaire Radio. That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. And buy a ticket, Maya. With your own money. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We've got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay. We'll see you later then. Bye! Oh no, my name is not an elk. I'm going to cannulate you now. What? Cannulate you now, but I'm going to rush because it's 13:28. Exactly. Better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I kind of got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for, Maggie, actually. I was kind of hoping you give this to her for me. Oh, it's a little very cheap bento box. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been really worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? That's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat. No, cancel it. We're done. It's all, nope. We're done, team. We're done. The module jumped the shark. I'm calling it off. I'm waving it off. It's going over there. It's going over there. It's nuts. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. How's it going? Welcome, Ika. How's it going? I might have to cancel the stream. The module just said something so offensive I might have to cancel the stream. I didn't think Phoenix Wright would
challenge accepted.
I swear I'm not an elk is up to the challenge. It can't say this. It can't. Being attacked by dogs. Why are you being attacked by dogs? What have you done to upset the dogs? Oh, are you at your parents' house? The stream is no longer suitable for vegetarians. Vegetarians, children's, or lesbians, apparently. Well, they... Look, I guess is clam meat... Is clam meat vegetarian and or... It's Episcopalian. Episcopalian, right? I think clam meat's Episcopalian. Were they only eat, like, fish and stuff? Pescatarian. Oh, it's pescatarian. Pescatarian. Okay, thank you. Yeah, pescatarian. So it's not suitable. Visiting my parents again. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're back. We're back. I'm gonna say this again one more time. Tell them I love them. Alright, I'm gonna say this one more time and then we gotta move on. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on earth who could down this much meat. You can't say that. You just can't drop that on somebody. Also ask if they want some meat. Plenty about. Apparently more than any one person could eat. You think? I love weenies. I know that about you, Gumshoe. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. Look, we've been joking about this for a very long time, and I think that there's more and more evidence to make it true. Gumshoe is bisexual. He had a relationship with Edgeworth for a while. Edgeworth kept leaving the country. Is currently out of the country, so now he's moved on to someone else. In this case, it's Maggie Bird. It's fine, team. It's fine. It's just that simple. I have to go now. Dogs want attention. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Ika. Have a good, happy new year. See, this is why I like him. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly the situation. So give it to her. It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal. I can't exactly say no, can I? A tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. Just plenty of food. Or meat or something. Give it to her. Give her the weenies. Give her the weenie. See, that's no. I can't say that. I can't actually say that on stream. This is permanent. This is going on the internet. Once it's on the internet, it's forever. I will give the lady the handmade bento box. Give her a temp job in HR. I'm gonna give her thrilling 10 minutes of HR experience. Is that what's gonna happen here? I mean, she's looking for a new job, right? She was a cop and then she quit that job and then she became a waitress. Now she's kind of not able to do that job anymore, so she could be HR. I mean, she's a little bit of a klutz, but that's not a problem. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. Her shift starts at 13:30 and lasts 10 minutes. Exactly. It's exactly 10-minute shift of thrilling work. Oh, also, don't forget to eat the weenie. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. He's finally gone. Okay, so now I'm assuming we need to go talk to her in the detention center. January 7th, detention center visitor's room. Oh, Mr. Wright. Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm gonna stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It's pretty clutch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? That blog comment will be relevant. I mean, maybe. It could be. Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway. Isn't it possible she's the one misremembering things? It could be, but you've already proven that one of her witnesses... You've proven that one of her witnesses is unreliable. You've proven another one is compromised due to a pre-existing issue, right? And there's only 2 of them. Can I... Okay, contradictions. Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep. There are just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But doesn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Oh, yeah. The MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. Never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing, too. Double dose? Could have been. Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me. What? Now, what I think it's going to be is it's going to turn out that the waitress drugged the coffee, and then Maya drank, or Maggie drank that and passed out. And then it's going to turn out that the guy at the table is the one who dosed the programmer guy. Imagine being so hated that the two separate people poison you back to back. Well, I don't think it's going to be two separate people either. I think it's going to be the Furio Tigra guy and his assistant lady, the lady with the head wound. I think it's going to be both of them. So they're kind of working in cahoots. Okay. After the incident, you said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn L., collapsed, right? Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. Before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. Again, if the police showed up and she's unconscious, I would assume they would probably take her to a hospital first, but alright. If I get murdered, I want it to be by 5 separate people using different methods to cause confusion. Oh, you want the, spoilers for this, but you want the, Orient Express style? Where you just get taken out randomly and no one knows who did it? So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tres Bien? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Have not seen it. You haven't... Which version? The newest version? The old version? The older version? The oldest version? Or the book that it's based off of? Any version. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright, well, I won't say any more than that. That is also why I did say spoilers. But yes. I've never seen the movie, but I read, like, the concept of the most recent version of that movie seemed interesting, so I read through the Wikipedia about it. No idea at all. Given the age of it, if there is a butler, then I bet it was him. No comment. No idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. That's a statement. That's a statement that was just said out loud. Is that makeup of boils on Armstrong's face? No. It's supposed to be like super rosy cheeks. Dog biter confirmed? Actually, kinda, yeah. No, it's supposed to be super rosy cheeks. He is a crude, extremely feminine man who is... It's complicated. He's... I guess technically he would be trans by today's standards, but at the time I think he was just a rude caricature. So he's just very effeminate. And I think part of that is the rosy cheekness of this. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier. I don't know. The thing that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD? Okay. I would like to present you with something and kind of get the ball rolling on this that might be more relevant. I know I used to be on the police force, but I'm incarcerated now. I don't pick up much information in here. All I can help you out with now is the menu at Trace Bien. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't let your spirits fall. What? This is literally the CD that was missing from the crime scene. Why does she not care, and why does Gumshoe, who is extremely worried about this case, not care that we found missing evidence? I don't understand. This is prime evidence. Why does no one care? This is the stuff I'm talking about with, like, this module doesn't make any sense and it drives me up the wall. Fine. Tell me about this old man that doesn't matter anymore. I feel much better after trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. Feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. It's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
Because they are actively trying to make me feel like, I feel like they're gaslighting me. Like, they're like, hey, you idiot, you found this thing? No, that's not relevant, even though we were told you over and over and over again it's relevant. What? You found a big piece of evidence? No, you didn't, idiot. What are you talking about? This is trash, and throws it away. Like, no. No, stop it. It bothers me. This whole module bothers me. You have an unhealthy relationship with this module, and I'm here for it? Okay, good, because, yeah, no. If I am ever in the room with the people who, like, I don't know, the head of story writing or whatever, I'm going to call them a coward to their face. They have already shown their cowardice to me, and I will call them a coward to their face. And I'm not scared of the consequences. I am not scared of the consequences. What's the worst case they're gonna do? Eject me from the building? Oh no. They want a fist fight? I'm totally down for that. This module drives me up the wall. You do it and share the best 10 minutes of your life right after. Oh man. No, we're not. It's not going to be at 1:30. It's not going to be at 1:30, and no HR introductions are going to be part of that interaction, I don't think. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Victor's testimony. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say it was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. Okay, so this is his the murder assistant. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh. Creepy. Cackling laugh? Yeah, could it have been the person I've been saying it's been since literally we found out that she existed and had anything to do with this? Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? Because you have, you stupid idiot lawyer. That's a Wicked Witch of the West. It just turns out it's part of her concussion. Wait, what? You literally just said it was a creepy woman and I'm showing you evidence of the woman and you're acting like it doesn't matter? Okay, wait, maybe is it her instead? No, it's not her either. I have now presented her with 2 pieces of key evidence that were super important to her and this case, and she has ignored both of them. This is bad writing. This is just bad. Oh, I hate these modules. Oh, I'm so excited to almost be done with them. I'm never gonna be able to play the other ones. It's never gonna be able to happen. I'm just gonna end up throwing something. There's a whole nother series of these with a different character and stuff. It's just not good. She didn't police anymore. Stop trying to make her do your job, which is Gumshoe's job. Well, you're not wrong there. All right, so what do I present you now? What's the problem next? You don't care about this CD, even though you should. What about this? Do you care about this? You don't care about that either? Okay. Oh yeah, here's your stupid lunchbox. Slurp it down, I guess. I need you to play the other one. Why? Why would you want that? They're terrible, and they agitate me to no end. Oh yeah, I've got something you're going to love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox, just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies, too. That's all it is rice and weenies. What do you mean, weenies, too? I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. He also makes such a nice lunchbox for you. Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this, too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turned witness says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But, she's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But, I guess so. Yes, that's where I get my 10 minutes of joy or whatever? Okay. I mean, whatever you're into. If you're into watching people freak out for 10 minutes about how stupid things are, and that's what gets you into the HR mood, go for it. But it isn't 1:30. Here or there. But I guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. Okay. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Does she not like him for some reason? The most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m. Nothing. Okay. This. No. Do you care about this guy? Oh, you do care. Okay. Back when I was an officer, Detective Gumshoe always looked out for me. But today was the one who looked out for him, trying to incriminate me the whole time. You gotta remember, Maggie, Gumshoe's a detective. He's got a job to do. My old boss? I thought at least he'd be on my side. He is on your side. He'd do anything to help. Can't fool me. I saw him in court today. Felt like a poor little baby woodpecker being pecked on the head by its own mother. Gumshoe's testimony was pretty solid. No wonder it hurt her so much. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I never want to see him again. Ouch. I think I'll just saw Gumshoe's chances go down in flames like the Hindenburg. I think it's getting through to her that really was trying to help. Wow. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Okay, was that it then? Let's go over to criminal affairs. Okay. I wasn't sure if something was going to happen. January 7th, police station, criminal affairs department. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet, too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. You have something in you have something in line with the chief of police. You have, what is it? What's the? I can't remember the phrase now. My brain just shut off. That's my secret cap. I'm always watching Asian soap operas. I am the chief of police. You two have something. Oh, something in common. You have something in common. You both love Asian soap operas. I'm gonna have to wait, Chief. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. So I'm throwing the switch. No, just when some young guy. Oh my God. Just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot to trot girlfriend. What is happening? What is happening? Also, that stopped me from making the most inappropriate joke I would have ever made on your channel. What? Oh no. Yeah, just when some young guy... Wow, this place is really buzzing. Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe! You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? Are you being attacked by a virus called MC Bomber, perhaps? I was halfway through typing it. What is Asian soap operas got to do with the worst thing you've ever typed? Is it like how into the guys from it you are or something? I don't understand. Why? What's going on? It's a there it is. There's MC Bomber now. The virus. He's a programmer. He programmed a virus to be used against the police. That's why it's worth $100,000 or $500,000, like what's on the paper. A virus. There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. But I really need to ask you some questions. Okay. Tender lender. Okay, I'm going to say this once, so listen up. Yes? No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this. You hear? Okay. If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. And we're not talking about borrowing money, detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Hinterlanders are considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it's ran into the trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? I better find out what the story is with this lady. Okay, computer virus. It was before that, Hindenburg. Oh, okay, yeah, you probably don't want to make too many crass jokes about the Hindenburg. What with it being a giant, you know, horrific disaster and all that. I'm not, you know, I'm not, there's a lot of, we're not, whoa. So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? Here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. What's a virus? Virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode? No. The damage is, well, it's all internal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you got stored on your PC here in the station. The virus could wipe it all all that. Wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that the viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. The viruses just keep spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal? No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Tell her she might catch it. Make her wear gloves and a mask. Can I just boop her on the snoot with a rolled up newspaper and be like, stop it, you idiot. Sigh all you like. You'd still buy lottery tickets with her. I mean, wait, how old is she? Unlike apparently most of the people in this module, I'm not okay with, you know, spending 10 thrilling minutes with a 14-year-old. She's 19, so that's fine. I'm okay with that. It's a pretty big age gap, but it's not unreasonable. I don't think I could get along with her personality in any kind of long-term interaction. Short-term would probably be fine. Can she legally drink in your state? No. No, she can't. You can't drink in this state until you're 21. That's actually the vast majority of states is 21. I think the only exception that I've ever heard of is I think there's some rules in certain states. I want to say Texas, for example, where if you're with a legal guardian, I think you can drink at the age of 18. But that's very few states and places. I want to say the 21 thing is a federal regulation, not a state regulation. So I think in the vast majority of places, it's illegal no matter what. It's just kind of up to the state whether or not they're going to enforce it. So, legally speaking, she can't drink until she's 21. We should do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who? What? Where? When? And why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too. What? Poor child. Never had the chance to get drunk in public park on a Friday night. On WKD and the cheapest vodka money can buy. Popov? Is it Popov vodka? My first guess, Popov. It's about the cheapest vodka you can buy around here is Popov vodka. It just tastes like rubbing alcohol. I've had it. It tastes like rubbing alcohol. The only thing I can think of that was cheaper, and you don't want to drink it because it's not meant to be drunken, is drinking. See, Smirnoff is the go-to, but Glenn's is cheap and stronger. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Glenn's. I'd have to look around for a Glenn's. Glenn's. It doesn't sound familiar. But here we have Popov. It's got like, it's a small, usually plastic bottle that's kind of flask-shaped, and it's got like a Russian like tower, like the tall tower with the bulb on top. It's got one of those, and it's Popov's, and it's basically the cheapest vodka you can get. My go-to as a youth. Fair. Well, how old do you have to be to drink over there? Over here is more of just whoever would be willing to get us booze is kind of how you went with things. Because, I mean, I definitely drank Vodka a lot. Tequila. Like, I can't smell tequila anymore. Smelling tequila just makes me sick. 18, but we started at like 14 because Britain. Because Europe. Because of Europe. Like, I spent what was it? What's the best way to describe it? I lived in Virginia for a while, another state, and they had some foreign exchange people come over from Russia, and they were talking about how legally you can't drink until you're like 16 over in Russia, but people start as early as like 12, and no one cares. Is it just like, it's just a European thing, I guess? My granddad lets me drink wine age 10, then by God, I'm going to do it. I mean, that's fair. My grandfather used to let me take sips off of his beer when I was like 8. So his Bud Light? Probably Bud Light. Or my parents would, you know, get us wine coolers like for like New Year's or something when I was, I think, 12 or 14. So. He gave me 3 mini wine bottles. My grandma was furious. Of course. All right. So a virus that you've heard of before, even though you haven't told me the name of the virus. Was it this? No, you. About this. What? I'm trying to concentrate on Maggie and this virus right now. So. Ah! This is it. This is the stupid name. I remember now. Only been saying this for like 3 streams. I thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod to yourself. Keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. What? The name scribbled on the sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus that just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? MC Bomber. We already know about the MC Bomber virus for a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of the law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. Now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah. It's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All the stuff on the criminals and viruses, it almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. A sci-fi movie? Because of criminals and computer viruses. Not a spy thriller. Not a, like, cop detective movie. No, you went with a sci-fi movie. Leave her be. She clearly doesn't own a computer. She doesn't know how to work a computer, let alone own one. She grew up in a small village learning how to do spirit magic. She probably doesn't even know how to work a cell phone, let alone a full computer. Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. We know who did that. The focus right now is on tracing the route of this virus on the black market. I mean, someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah. And because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In the millions. A virus can be worth that much? Yes, it's... MC Bomber updated it in the court record. I'll give them this. This is probably the most technologically advanced thing we've had to deal with so far. The concept of, like, the dark web, computer viruses, and like ransomware and stuff like that. That's pretty advanced for the time. I'll give them that one. What about this guy? This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? Groan. Isn't literally a computer, Maya. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. What about her? That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Slap her in her stupid face. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be able to hang out with her. It wouldn't work. She's just like the wrong kind of aggressively stupid, where it's just like, not only am I stupid, I'm going to be aggressively stupid. And it's going to be like, no, I know I'm not allowed to correct all the stupid things you say. Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Bruto Cadaverini. Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini is the boss of the Cadaverini family. Cadaveris? That's one scary sounding name. Cadaverinis, I guess? It's gotta be Cadaverinis. Owns a mortuary or is an actual zombie. No, I think she's the granddaughter of like a mob boss. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. You're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. Better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. Why is this one on the top? Was there seriously a limit of only going down 4? The Cadaverinis. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a cop, a kid, or a cop. These guys are scary. They got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah? I guess is what that is. Moolah? Like money? Moolah. As in, they pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market. The black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it. Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini. Cadaverini. It's a really weird thing to put cadaver and Rini together. And I mean, no one. Interesting. So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss, then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tender Lender? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tender Lender are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in a file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. Arg, I can't believe it. I must have forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? Lunchbox? Moolah, money, cash, wonga, banker salad, wonga, scratch, dunkets. I think there's an offensive term for Native American, like wampum or something. I think that would be a thing. Wonga is a thing. You mean wombology? Wombo this, wombo that. He, she, they, wombo. It's like 4th grade stuff. Wonga. I've never heard of wonga. That must be a European thing. You remember the weenies? I hate weenies. Oh yeah, those weenies. So, how did my weenies taste? Oh God! No, no. Oh God. Oh my God. A bit oversalted. Oh, Ice the Unknown Ranger, welcome. You've shown up at absolutely one of the weirdest times. But welcome. Ice the Unknown Ranger. Apparently he wants to know how his weenies taste. And I'm not for it. Are you a fan of the Phoenix Wright trilogies or characters or modules or what brings you here, this fine, lovely Last day of the year. A bit oversalted is a great answer. How did my taste when they went down the hatch? Huh? Well, it was delicious? Yeah, that's what she said? Really? Yes, I've actually played through the modules. Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy that you like them. I, unfortunately, am having a little bit of a hard time getting over the gap of how the writing works in these modules. Really tweaks my brain. And I mean, we're on the third one of the trilogy now, right? So it's not like I'm not forcing myself through them, but man, I am trying real hard. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Don't mind him. He loves them, but is too scared to... Oh, you dirty liar. You dirty liar. Look, I know these are popular. They've got this trilogy. They've got another trilogy. They've got multiple tie-in side modules with other characters from other, like, puzzle-solving things. I understand that people like them, and that's fine. I personally don't care for these that much. They're not my kind of thing. It's not even that I don't like puzzle stuff, clearly. I mean, I have a Puzzle Sunday stream. I like puzzles. It's just, the writing in these is really weird, and it bothers me so much. I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this? This sure is a heavy burden, in more ways than one. I don't even know what he's about to say, but I'm really worried it's gonna be messed up. I'm really worried it's gonna... I don't want to know. I almost don't want to know what it says. I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Oh, God. I love all the puns and absurdity in the writing. Well, see, that's the difference. You love them. I sometimes do not. There's been some funny stuff, don't get me wrong. Like Larry Butts, I just can't get behind the Larry Butts pun. With joy when you bring her that. Weenies? Again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all these, too. Gumsoo's lunchbox given to Maya. Again. A tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. I really can't eat anymore. I mean, some of these puns are fine. Don't get me wrong. It's just... It's not even the puns that are the problem. It's the, like... I tried to show a character who's on trial for murder a big piece of evidence about their trial that they should know about, and they didn't respond to it at all. It's like, why are you not responding to this important piece of evidence? That's the stuff that bugs me. Do you know anything about this? What do you think about this? Sorry, pal. Something connected to the case. Hey, I thought you said you were going to help us out. I can't help you out if I don't have any info. Oh, it's just that. This? Nothing. What? I almost smell like burning plastic. Hold on a second. The office isn't burning down. It's just someone's running their fireplace nearby or something. I can kind of smell smoke. Maybe one of the other buildings in the office area is on fire or something, but we're good. Okay, so he doesn't seem to care about any of this other stuff that connects that guy to any of this. What about the paper badge? Oh, nothing. I guess we're good to move on? I just don't know where we're going. She's gone. Okay. Tres bien. Just a colleague burning. I mean, maybe there's something going on down in like one of the basement floors. I don't know, but everything here on the third floor is fine. So I don't know. There's nothing I can do either way. I'm not a trained firefighter, so. Ah, okay, we did need to go into the kitchen. Trace me in kitchen. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. But the place is open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Arg. Missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose? Maybe, actually. Anything new? I know I'm in a restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey, Nick, this container has oyster sauce. What's that? Did I not click on a bunch of knives? Isn't that used in Chinese food? And look at these knives. Oh, there we go. They look really sharp. I'd like to see how one of these slices through a cheesecake. A cheesecake? You don't exactly need a sharp knife for one of those, Nick. Yeah, but it'd still be interesting to see how well it does. That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. Must be the lobster and Abilene fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Isn't that what I ate yesterday for lunch? Yeah, I think it's been permanently burned into my brain now. As an example of what truly awful food tastes like. But it tastes really good if it were prepared well. Balsamy, even. What? Can we read his diary now or something? Now, this is one large mirror, where he makes himself look pretty. The book on the dresser. Clarence Armstrong's bedtime literature. Oh, these are his poems. Not exactly Pulitzer Prize material, is it? This is a collection of poems he's written. Poems, cool. Read one out. Say your best French accent with intensity, okay? Okay, here's one. It's called Printemps. Printemps? The two of them like actors from a film. The coffee still undrunk. Sweet nothings over too soon. And that sad Sunday morning, the foolish cocktail so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea and know what I will do. I must lie to you. I must. What? Oh, welcome, Zet770. How you doing? Huh? That's it? Yep, that's a poem for you. Quite the poem. Okay, so where else do I need to go then? I mean, we have lots of evidence now connecting the killed person to Tender Lender and stuff.
Your mother was a hamster,
Great
and
success.
your father smelt of elderberries.
Wow. Classics both. But welcome, Zet770. How are you doing? You excited for the New Year's? You have any big celebrations or plans you're doing? Maybe... No? Do you recognize this person? Would you make I know get this? Excuse me? You let me get a million of my crumbles off my chest and I'll take one quick look. Like a frustration inside, I'm ready to rumble. Second thought, forget it. Okay, so he still seems like he's not interested. Oh. 78, you say? Oh, do I need to present him to? Hold on. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, I must need to present him to get info about the guy? Was about to lay... Wait, what? Doing great and doing nothing. Was about to lay rest, but spotted Discord ping about stream, so oh well. Forget sleep and watch this instead. Oh, well thank you for stopping by. But if you're tired, you don't have to be here. Never heard of blurp overlap? Me neither, but I don't know much about blurp, so... I wouldn't go flashing that photo around if I were you, pal. Why not? That guy rules the criminal underworld. You get yourselves in serious trouble. I'm talking say your prayers trouble. You're shaking, detective. Like a leaf. I'm just, you know, kind of on edge at the moment. If you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. You better explain yourself right now about being on edge. What does that mean? Why are you smiling? What's going on?
All right, Pinhead, your time is up.
Who you calling Pinhead?
Yes, yes. Let the attorney life consume you. Oh, God. Is doing nothing too. Well, that's good to hear, Ice the Unknown Ranger. I'm happy you're having a nice, relaxing New Year's also. That's good to hear. On Edgeworth? I mean, yeah, we talked about that. That they were probably dating for a while. That lady's the boss of Blue Screens Inc., pal. Yeah, I figure she's clean. She's got nothing to hide. You seem kind of like a doll to me. In a good way and a bad way. Kind of makes you think she might be hiding something. Okay, wait. So, did this get turned into... Oh, okay, contains a computer virus. Okay, so we just need to go talk to her now, then. That's what changed. I think I have to go through here. And then into here. And then we can present this to her. As we've talked about, there's lots of evidence that Edgeworth and Gumshoe were in a relationship until Edgeworth left. Glenn's troubles. Okay, we've done this before. I'm sorry, but we don't deal with double shooting here. Customer service, what you're talking about. See what it gets me. Spaceful. Be something. Did you have trouble something with this? What is this? What is that? I have no idea what you're talking about, because I'm trying to pretend to be a robot who doesn't understand things, even though I'm actually a human being. It's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. But I'm not there yet. Miss Uncle's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? It was also... Ooh, this? Horse racing, but he bought us a lot of tickets and lots of time. Bad. It's pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No! Right, who didn't have a gambling habit, don't you understand? Didn't even know I wanted to. You don't have money, win. And had a winning ticket, didn't he, for $500,000. Yeah, but hard to imagine his life would have been, isn't it? It's true in the end, but what if he didn't have that good luck? The real problem was someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Furio Tigre. Furio Tigre, the boss of the loan office called Tender Lender. Tender Lender. People with it does need a little bit better name, but I mean about Mr. Elg. And Glenn had something to do with this for your tiger. Yes, I'm sorry, I don't have a connection to them. I've got to know. I got evidence that says they know each other in the form of this calendar that I kept calling a lamp. Your tiger, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. So when Mr. Elg went on the day of his murder, the only thing Tender would be his debt. No! It's true that Glenn had back a debt for his gambling habit, $100,000, I think. $100,000? Ouch. Already won the lottery, so he should have been clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I expect he was talking about programming. What computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. So close to cracking her. Program in question, was it by any chance this? The thing I already talked about once, but because my character is an idiot and doesn't understand how computers work, we had to come back after we were confirmed by Gumshoe that this is in fact a program. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. No! Unlock successful. Glenn's troubles. Glenn had more processing power than any computer, but had been infected with a gambling virus. A terrible poker face? Yeah, I mean, if you start sweating uncontrollably like that. Oh, I just noticed her head looks like a helmet, too. She's got the same kind of helmet as Cobra Commander, where it has, like, the mirror screen on the front, but the mirror screen's missing. I just noticed that about her hair. But yeah, terrible poker face. If you start getting the flop sweats every time, like, even something slightly suspicious comes up. He's been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So he said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Trace Bien. What? Where do you come up with these ideas? Risky extra work. So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It's a work of genius, in a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. MC Bomber updated in the court record. A computer virus made by Glenn Elg, potentially worth millions of dollars. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elg's losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. Fair. Why didn't she just say all that if she wasn't involved? Because then the module couldn't happen. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. Use a trash can, Nick. I just put them back where I got them, alright? Okay, so... you know her? This, sorry, that is Sparta joke. Okay, so what am I missing then? Like, I feel like we're kind of at the end of the exploring phase. So I feel like at this point we should probably be kicked back to the next screen at the trial? Maybe we can go talk to Armstrong now. Maybe he's back in the kitchen. No? Maybe he's at the park? No. Tenderlander? Oh, the head bandage. We don't really have much... I mean, I guess we could try the head bandage thing again. But we got nowhere with that last time. Like, nothing at all. The only thing I can think of maybe now... To protect her brains, of course. Yeah, we don't know exactly what happened. We're guessing it's some kind of car accident or something, but... Where else can I go? Just back to Vitamin Square? Let's present this and see if maybe we can get somewhere with this now. Now we know what family she's from. I think that was part of it too. The head bandages. You said that the bandages around your head was from an operation? You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. The operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Hee hee. Did the injury in question have something to do with this? I don't remember if it was this, or if it was the bill. This? Well, donuts, huh? I baked them myself, homemade donuts. Have one. What's inside? Damn, and... I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch that? Hee hee hee. Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'll pass. Okay, so it wasn't about that. See some piece of evidence that would prompt her to tell me what happened. Now, about her fall injury. Dream question has something to do with this. So, okay, so this has got to be the bill, then. Alright, going to sleep. Sleep well, Zet770. Happy New Year again. have a restful sleep. She can't have had recent head op and maintained all of her hair. No. If she had some kind of head surgery, they would have 100% shaved her head bald. 100%. You have to get the hair out of there so it doesn't contaminate the open wound. But this module isn't gonna try that hard. It's not gonna bother with that kind of thing. Ice the Unknown Ranger. Ice the Unknown Ranger, are you still here? Can I ask what what the Ranger group is? Is it like Power Rangers, or is it like the Rangers from like Fallout New Vegas, or is it like Rangers from like Mega Man? Oh, it's a D&D Ranger. Ooh, we got another D&D player in here. Nice. So it's Ice the Unknown Ranger. Got it. It's a Forest Ranger. Technically, you were correct. Only Ice can stop them. I think Ice is their name then, right? But yeah, so they are technically a Forest Ranger, and I think Ice is their name. So that makes more sense. Alright. I was just very, very curious. Because I'm like, there's so many kinds of Rangers. So Ines might be able to get me out of the... I don't know what that... I think I know what that is. I don't know if... Can I say that? I'm gonna go with walloping. The telling off I can expect next session. Yeah. Yeah. I guess if they were to bust in and then cause a ruckus and then they got distracted or something, I guess maybe. There's not much that's gonna get you out of the trouble that's coming your way due to your own actions on that one. Alright, so it's got to be the car bill. Did we level up? I'll have to calculate that. I'll try to work on that tonight after the stream. You guys probably should be getting pretty close, but I'll have to go and double check. I have a running total of everything you do. That's why I keep the notes, so we'll go check. You had a lot of interesting stuff happen, so maybe. I'll write an excuse for how you leveled up in there eventually, but I'll look at it and get the XP calculated. I have a car repair bill from this. It seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the cadaveries. The cadavereenies. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me. What do the Caverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Relationship with the Caverinis is very strong, and this is why. Because of your grandfather. What are the Caverinis? You guys are level, what, 4 right now? Because of your grandfather. I know exactly who you are. Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? Got one. Happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it. That's not what this picture looks like. This picture looks like you just ran them over. 5. Make a 6. You can try to pull that, but you know I will talk to Ika and he will give us the truth. Specifically when the Ranger bit is a reference to a book series I read in high school called The Ranger's Apprentice. Oh, okay. The Ranger's Apprentice. Doesn't sound familiar offhand, but I don't read a ton of books. But if I was going to read books, high fantasy is something I would probably read. I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. How to change him to lawful evil. Well, that would be interesting for you to figure out a way to do that. So what happened to the person on the bike? I mean, because right now he's pretty neutral. So all you'd have to do is figure out a way to convince him to make money by being evil but legal. So, I mean, he's not money focused. You have to figure out what motivates the Igor, and that can be hard. I think high fantasy. I mean, by chance, it wouldn't have the cover of it being a special forces guy coming out of water, holding a stump that looks like a rocket launcher, would it? Ice the Unknown Ranger. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadavarini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they'd stayed, I'd have he. Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been this guy? It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. Oh, okay. We collided, the motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused Violet to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him. 2. The ice bit, by the way, is a reference to my love of the cold, and the unknown bit is a reference to breaking a Breaking Benjamin song called "Unknown Soldier." Wow, you got several layers deep into that name of yours there. That's an impressive code name. See, I'm over here with Cell Tier, which is just like, I mean, I know what it references, but I mean, I guess technically the tier part is a reference to beast in German, or like animal in German, but the cell part is a little different. But yeah, that's a good code name. My name is I Swear I'm Not an Elk because I'm not actually an elk. Right. I swear I'm not an elk. You're not an elk. Yeah. We've had many discussions about that. I swear I'm not an elk. Plus one of her locks just broke. I'm sorry, Miss Cadavarini. But I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. I do? Is it because it's all broken? Ridden by my phony, the wheel guard is all smashed up. Not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tiger rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadavarini? You know the truth, don't you? He. This repair bill was paid by Frio Tigre. The Cadavarinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible, perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I knew that may be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. He was kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but with someone else. Because of her uncle, I'm assuming again? I'm assuming? If it was called I Can't Kill Anyone because if he were honest, he would use against him in court. No, we know the truth, but he can talk on that himself when he's here next. I don't like to tell other people's stories. Where's the fun in that? Other people can tell their own stories. Because of your grandfather. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadavarini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you're his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadavarini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. Wow. I mean, that's a lot. I guess in Japan, America, unlock successfully. I guess in Japan, America, $1 million is probably a lot just because they don't have insurance, I guess? I don't know. The head bandage. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. Also, that does not... That hair seems like a lot for 4 months. Imagine having to pay to not die. I live that all the time. I've been living in that situation for, like, all of my life now. Honestly, $1 million in the U.S. doesn't surprise me. Well, this isn't the U.S. flat out the U.S. This is very clearly some kind of alternate universe U.S. that's very influenced by Japan. We can't say it's Japan because they talk about Japan being someplace else. But we can't say it's America either because how everything works here is not American at all. It's a foreign place. Japanifornia? Yeah, we've been calling it Japan America here. Where it's like very commingled. It's a very alternate location. Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? Underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. Compensation. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. You see, it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadavarini. I wanted to believe he had helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. Why? But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was evil. Huh? He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer. He simply couldn't refuse. Seeing that bill would give me a heart attack, resulting in a larger bill? Yeah. Viola's medical papers. $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. Oh, that's because it's January. So, I guess last year, by last year they mean literally like 2 weeks ago. They stole his brain. What? No. Viola's medical records added to the court record. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Not murder and betrayal, but poisoning specifically, eh? Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Repair bill thrown into the trash. Everything else is good, but not poisoning. Yeah, you can kill people in other ways, just not by poisoning them. Stabbing in the front is okay, but the back is betrayal. Yeah, exactly. You can't stab them in the back, and you can't poison them. Shoot them in the face. As long as they see it coming, it's fine. Hit it, run them over with a car. As long as they know it was you and they're okay with it, it's fine. The poisoning is a bit too personal to him, if you remember. Is that what it was? I don't remember him mentioning that before, but... I mean, the problem with playing this once every week is that, you know, some of the fine details get lost. Alright, so there's nothing else to do here then, right? Okay, so what do I have? What do I have? Payment was due last year. Oh, I wonder if I can go back to... Oh, okay, here. I thought we needed to go give the second food thing to Maggie Bird, but I guess not. In case one of this module, his ex-girlfriend almost poisoned him. Oh, you think it's a callback to that? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, she tried to poison him in the same way that she poisoned the guy in that trial. Yes. I do not recall that. Yeah, she got searched because someone she was talking to died, but she gave Phoenix the necklace that had the poison in it, and they started dating because she wanted to get the necklace back, but Phoenix was too stupid to realize what was going on and kept the necklace. Finally, she was going to go poison him. I'm trying to remember how this worked out. She was trying to go poison him by stealing drugs from her ex-boyfriend who worked inside of a chemical lab. And then everything went bad when the lightning struck and the boyfriend died and all that. He only avoided that because he lost his cold medicine. Oh, right. He lost his cold medicine, which the boyfriend found. And it was a key piece of evidence in that trial because she poisoned his cold medicine. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I get what you're saying, that he hates poisoning because he almost got poisoned. Betrayal makes more sense because he sees that all the time. And he was almost betrayed by his girlfriend, but I forgot about the poisoning thing. Thank you. See, there is perfect proof that you absolutely love these modules as you remember that offhand. Seems unnecessarily complicated to kill a person. That's the whole point of these, is the unnecessarily complication to most of this stuff. January 7th, Trace Bien. Oh, wait. I swear I'm not an elk. Have you seen this guy before? You were asking me about his cheeks. I don't want to move along too quickly before we get to see this on stream. Only in pictures? Well, congratulations. You're seeing him live action now, as much as this is live action, but this is what he looks like. Again, I don't know what they were going for here. This is aged kind of poorly by today's standards, though. Stunning. You know, technically, I think you're right. He was betrayed because she framed him for murder, because she planted his cold medicine on the victim. Oh, right. Yeah. That's the betrayal aspect of it, right. I forgot about the poisoning aspect of that, though. Her poisoning the other guy and then giving him the vial with the poison residue in it and the whole necklace and all that. Forgot about that part of it, but the betrayal part made sense. I forgot about the poison part of that. Let us begin with the Armstrong. Bonjour. I have been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong? Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas. Yous fellas. Oh, it's the doppelganger. Ah, it's Zen FO. Who are you calling Zenny Opie? Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You want to play modules with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now. Oh, I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she'd help you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. Huh? Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. Oi. Oi, oi. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me. Désolé. I cannot argue with him. Urgh. That really hurt. Phoenix is just asking to be killed here. It's pronounced we or oe or we. Yes. Is that all you've got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait. Don't take it too hard. Phoenix Wright. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Oi equals we? Really? Okay, I did not know that. Detective Gumshoe? Phoenix isn't the brightest bulb is a serious understatement, but yes, I agree. The Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, Copper? Beat it. Whoa, come on, Gumshoe. Keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But, go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Huh? Alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. Gumshoe to the rescue. Absolute babe of a man. Look at that chest puff. If you're into him, you're into him. There's several reasons why he's not my type. I can't. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow in court. Tenderlander is going down. He's no Edgeworth. Well, no, he's not Edgeworth. You're not wrong. That's technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Save progress? Yes. Yes, I will save the progress. We haven't done that in a while. January 8th, 1946 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well. It ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? What do you mean we haven't solved a single part of it? We've solved this whole case at this point. Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that. That little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. I won't spoil who my favorite prosecutor is as he's in a future module. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have my, I have my theory about who the guy with the visor is, and I'm still curious to see if it's going to be true or not. I'm still calling that the guy with the visor in this one is actually the cowboy guy from the second one, I think? Or the first one. Oh, no, it would have been from the first one. It's the cowboy guy from the first one, as I think who the guy with the face mask thing is. But don't tell me. We'll find out when we get there. Does he too possess a raw sex appeal? You can't ask people that. You can't just ask random people on the internet that. If we had an HR representative here, which we don't, they would be very, very upset with you, I'm sure. I can and I did. Well, I's the Unknown Ranger. That is up to you to answer. If you don't feel comfortable, that's okay. Hey, pal. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How do you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Yeah, it was the green bottle that was different from the other aromatherapy bottles that we found inside of Armstrong's aromatherapy case. I just think he's really funny. Well, that's fair. That's fair. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is that small bottle that turned up in Trespian's kitchen a couple of days ago. Yes. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're Aromatherapy oils. He got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And sniff, it doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Egg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What's Glenn Egg's ear medication doing in the kitchen? Small bottle refilled in... Oh, small bottle refiled into the court record. The victim's ear medication found covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. Could we maybe fingerprint the people who were in the room at the time? Like, I don't know, the chef? What about the unidentified fingerprints? And okay, thank you, Phoenix. Someone messed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but that's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Most entertaining prosecutor, in my opinion, has an epic backstory. Oh, okay. All medication is poison if you use it wrong enough. Well, yeah. It's just not deliberately poison. A medication overdose is an accidental poisoning. Whereas, you know, poison is intentional poisoning. Today's trial, I'm going to expose that guy for what he's done. Or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. January 8th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. Ooh, number 4. I feel like we haven't been in number 4 before. I think we usually go into 3, don't we? Legally change his name after case. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. Claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made it effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Cute teacup? Yeah, it was a pretty good little cute teacup. I like the rose stem for the handle bit. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing steeds in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Very well, let the first witness take the stand. Oh, okay, he's the witness today. And you are? Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am John Armstrong, the owner and head chef of La Tres Bien restaurant. Enchanté. Old guy doesn't know his left and right. I mean, that could be part of it. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? Oh my god! Absolutely zero chill. Absolutely zero chill on the judge. Or he meant his left and not the victim's. Hold that judge in contempt. Oh my god. Ooh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am le pert and perky gentleman, no? On the day of the incident, you were in Trace Bien's kitchen. Isn't that right? Who is your monsieur? Huh? Everything feels right. What is happening? Ha! Wow, he's totally unfazed. Does anything intimidate this guy? What about that was intimidating? Farewell your testimony, please. Witness? Please tell the court what happened that day at Tres Bien. Oi, volunteers. Volunteers. So this is we, not oi? Who's your favorite prosecutor so far? Yes, it's French. Oh, okay. We. Okay, so we. Well, what is this then? I can't. I barely speak English. We've talked about this, so I don't know French at all. Not a clue why I'm not French. Got it. Thank you, Madam. Madam English lady. Thank you, Madam English lady. Who's your favorite prosecutor so far? Probably Edgeworth, just because he's the only one who hasn't physically assaulted Phoenix. And a lot of the stuff he does seems to actually be working on our side of things, not their side of things. Because it seems like eventually he kind of switched over and became sort of a good guy as opposed to just an evil prosecutor. So I would say probably Edgeworth. That might be like too basic of an answer, but as of right now, he's probably my favorite. Just if for no other reason, like I said, he hasn't physically assaulted us. Trace Bien means very well / all right. Yeah, Trace Bien's... Yeah, he's explained what Trace Bien means. That was actually one of the things he deliberately said. I could help with the pronunciation if it were in Japanese. Yeah. I don't think we've seen... Have we seen anything that's really Japanesey? I think we have, technically. Ika usually covers the Japanese stuff around here, but it would be nice to have a second person since Ika's only like 3/4 the way proficient with Japanese, so having a second person around would be nice. Oi, volunteers. Or we, volunteers. At Trace Bien. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. You're telling... You're telling me that there was a large mirror involved, and that you didn't think to mention the large mirror when we were having issues with backwards and forwardness on left and rightness of people's hands and ears and gestures? Oh, God. Okay. He saw the reflection. Yeah, replace Ika. Give the Ice the mod sword. I'm not giving Ice the mod sword. You seem like a very nice person, Ice the unknown ranger, but I don't think you've earned the mod sword just yet. Well, you haven't met my top 2 yet, but my 3rd favorite is Francesca von Karma. I don't mind her if she wasn't constantly assaulting people with a whip. If they toned down her physically assaulting people, it wouldn't have been so bad. It's just, I'm not okay with being physically assaulted, and I don't like other people being physically assaulted. He saw the reflection. Brilliant. I thought it earlier jokingly, but never said it. My greatest regret. Like having a large mirror between la tables, for example. Oui. Perhaps that is what le old man was looking at. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? A mirror? Oui, un grand mirror. La most enormous mirror. I think her whip is hilarious. Well, I mean, I'm happy you enjoy it. I, again, I can't accept this module's weird sense of humor. It just bounces off of me. Well, okay, what do you think of Wendy Oldbag's ray gun? Do you like that people react to Wendy Oldbag's ray gun as if it were real? That's so weird to me. And suddenly the mystery disappears. I haven't played Investigations or the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles yet, so my opinion may change. Oh, well, that's fair. What is Investigations? Is that like just another one in the series? Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. Okay, that would change what it looks like, but it would not change the physical evidence. In this case, the cup. The teacup would still 100% represent what it is. That's not a visual thing, that's a physical thing. I think Oldbag is hilarious. Yeah, it follows Miles Edgeworth. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I mean, if it's more of the investigation stuff and less of the wacky, nonsensical courtroom stuff, I'd be okay with that. Or the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I think I've had that one accidentally pop up, but I don't know what it is. Play the Edgeworth, do it. Okay, that might work okay. I might do Investigations if it's just Edgeworth. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. At Trace BN. When it all... I can't do the voice the whole time. It's going to drive me up. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. And who were the 2 customers exactly? Mies, of course, the young man who died. And the other not-so-young man. You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume? What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Cadeau is like my 5th or 6th favorite prosecutor so far. He is pretty mild compared to the other ones. I like him, but he's kind of bland compared to... Yeah, exactly. He's pretty mild compared to the other ones. Yeah, 100%. I remember I was experimenting with some new Art Decos that day. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today? You are not familiar with... Oh, you are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur? Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong? This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of... decor? Wait, decor? Yeah, decor? No, Art Deco, the style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing. Edgeworth is my 4th favorite. He's good, he just has stiff competition. Yeah, I mean, that's where they started, right? That was a good starting point, but if you wanted to go wacky, they definitely went much wackier with Francesca and whoever else is, I might run into at some point. Exactly how I like my Edgeworth's stiff. Oh my god. He's talking about interior design and kind of things. Ah, yes, of course. That deco. I was trying to achieve a more effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of la decor. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. I think I need a nap. I think you need 10 minutes of the most exhilarating 1:30 p.m. on a Monday you can have, apparently. But it is pretty late for you. It's going to be what, like... Well, is it after New Year's now? Is it officially Happy New Year's for you? How about a big mirror how big of a mirror are we talking about here? Boof. Something about 4 meters wide and about 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is about 1 yard. Holy glass in a frame. That's huge. There's only like 2 prosecutors I outright dislike. Neither of you have met. Oh, okay. 25 minutes to go? Okay, well, you're almost there. You're almost there. I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Is there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. Moist, no. Miss, no. But I decided not to go through with it in the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? Wait, why would the mirror on the ceiling do anything? Press harder. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. There's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But...
Objection!
You didn't ask, Trite. You only have yourself to blame for such sloppy work. What? Yeah, what? A mirror was delivered to Trespian the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. As it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Trespian, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Ha! If you want to doubt someone, Trite, look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror? Oi. Oui. Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. Where is the evidence of that? It's inside of Godot's, you know, brain, I guess. I was gonna say something else, but a brain is more appropriate. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object.
Objection!
Normally? How does normally come into this? That's lame, Trite, even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the perker-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, Trite? Fuck, not the hair. I don't have a top knot. Mr. Godot is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Bien. Logic as one la day. The cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. It would have seen everything in reverse, no? No! Not if the mirror was on top of the ceiling. Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse? Oui. Hey, Nick, we should take a second and think about what old CD said in his testimony. How do you rephrase it again? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens on his specs. No question. You can look me up and you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. We saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, and everything he said saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess, or does it? Ha. It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but you think old CD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradiction in his testimony, except the one with the cup, but that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We've just gotta dig deeper. Well, I've been customers in the restaurant. I remember was experimenting with some new Art Deco day. And a large mirror between the tables, for example. Yeah, the cup, the earpiece, and the glasses. Okay, so that's not true. So it's got to be the cup right now is the evidence? No one in the room is normal? No, not even a little bit. Does he wear his glasses on the left? Well, he wears an eyepiece. Although he did so that he would appear on the right. Yeah, so in this picture, he's also wearing this on the left. Whatever his programming eyepiece, his HVD or whatever they called it, is on his left. in this picture it's on the left, so unless they're saying this picture is also wrong. Like, there's a lot of stuff here. I don't know. Oh, his HMD. His HMD. Is it him? The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Okay, so it was his picture, not the cup. Though it looks like the coffee cup could have also been probably a correct answer here. Let's think about back from Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens on his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. So, to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not as hard now. None? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? As someone who knows how to program and hangs around programmers, no one uses that. Well, yeah, that would be an incredibly inconvenient thing. And why would he be wearing it when he's not at work? You would just take it off and leave it at work. You wouldn't keep bringing it with you. Order, order. Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness generally observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
Objection!
Google Glasses. Yeah, but that Google Glasses got canceled because it was so weird. You can't just say Google Glasses because Google Glasses didn't work. That's the problem. How bitter. Try it, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume. The I broke the vase, sorry apology letter? I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly, the old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elch? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point, the old man strikes again. Mr. Elch's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Ha. Well, trite. Irk. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. What? No one I know uses that either. Well, that's because it doesn't exist anymore. The Google Glasses thing was a thing for a while, but it's not around anymore. The closest thing to that now is that you can buy those projector glasses that let you watch a movie like you're in a movie theater, but you wear them on your face. They're supposed to be really good for like if you're in if you're taking like a flight, or if you want to watch a movie in bed, because all the sound and everything is all incorporated into the glasses. I've thought about picking those up and trying them out. They seem kind of interesting, but the commercials are so fishy looking that it seems like a scam. So I don't know how well it would actually work. Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Godot's good. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil on a contradiction you found is just a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at le plans of la restaurant. I will buy some for $220 on eBay. What, the Google Glasses? And props to you for pronouncing Godot's name properly. Yeah, it's like Gal Gadot. That's how I know how to pronounce that name. How do most people pronounce it? Godot, I guess? Because, I mean, a lot of people mispronounce, Gal Gadot's. Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I only know it because of her. That's the only reason I know it. Otherwise, I probably would pronounce it Godot instead of Godot. But isn't Godot also like French or something? I want the chef's reveal to be that he's Scottish with an accent to suit. Oh my god. Well, that would be an amazing twist. The mirror? Allures. Is everything sitting comfortably? What? My mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, divided the two halves. Halves. There. What? That cannot possibly be true. I know how it's pronounced because there's a module engine by the same name. Oh, I'm not familiar with that one. I've heard of a few of those, but I don't know that one offhand. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of la victim. That was la seat at the table next to la victims. That was where la old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved la mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problem with this explanation we have just heard. What? So you're telling me the old man somehow didn't see this mirror in the middle of the restaurant, and Maggie Bird, the person working at the restaurant, didn't see this big mirror? What are you talking about? That's insanity. I don't think he's a real judge. No, he's a moron is what he is. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. I haven't seen something this stupid in the module since that incident with the blue badger inside of the evidence room. There was another incident like this in the evidence room that was also complete insanity and instantly contradicted itself with any concept of physics. What a naughty little croquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. He's a lovable moron. I mean, he has that into his advantage. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Arg. I hate that guy. You said he didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror? Are you quite sure about that? Volunteers, of course. Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. The mirror. La mirror, it was in the middle of la restaurant, dividing the two halves. So you run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? We? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way.
Objection!
Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. But this is my seat in the courtroom. Trace Bien's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. I don't remember him saying that, but alright. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Trite. I tell you, monsieur, la mirror was there in the middle of la restaurant. There's only one seat from which you could have seen an image of la victim. Hold it! And where would that be? Ooh la la, look all you learn towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too, you know, handsome. Shall I tease you too? Nerd. I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. No, I think she went to jail? I'm trying to think who he could be dating. I bet she has some mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Bien, I will tell you. There was only one seat from which you could have seen. That was at the table next to la victims. That was where the old man was sitting. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? Mas, monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. Knows and isn't telling. Fair. La victim would have been reflected in la mirror like so. If you were sitting at la table next to him, you would see everything, no? So that's the seat the old city was sitting in on that day? When the poisoning happened? The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Doesn't that seem kind of odd? After the terrible incident occurred, I moved la mirror so it was not in the way. Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oui, exactement. I carried it out le restaurant Zen. You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself? What can I say? I know how to pick things up. Handsome. Hee. Godot actually laughed at something? Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. I mean, we have mentioned that he has big arms. That's true. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? I look like the obliging type, no? What? But naturally, I did not touch anything else. The best kind of viewer. What? I mean, I appreciate no spoilers. Thank you. I do appreciate that. We're basically spoiler-free here unless I request something. Are you sure about that? I touched nothing except la mirror. Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. Ha! Suffering from a case of heartburn, Trite? Oi, I have just the thing for that. An oil with golden myrrh and frankincense. Oh, myrrh and frankincense. Add a few drops to your coffee and voila, enjoy. Focus, Phoenix, breathe. I need to ignore those two and just find some evidence. It's pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror? You think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did Old Seedy. And the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Trispian that day. I've just got to prove it, somehow. The mirror was in the inside of the middle of the restaurant, 2 aisles, okay. Incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat, I'm sorry. Oh! The broken vase at his seat, so he knows... Wait. We know which... The vase isn't broken here. Wait, what? Equally, they need to prove that there was a mirror. You would think, but no. I'd gladly bring up any plot points after they're revealed to you, though. Okay, well, thank you. So yeah, there's no... This is intact. So he couldn't have been there, right? Those medical papers... Still didn't... I don't know what I'm gonna do with Gumshoe's lunchbox, but that's fun. Restaurants. One seat from which they could have seen an individual victim. That was sitting. Okay, so I think it's gonna be right here. So this. Use the lunchbox to fill your stomach with love and plenty of weenies, as was the purpose. Your Honor, Mr. Kudo's words yesterday strongly contradict Mr. Armstrong's testimony. This is the letter of apology that was written by Mr. Kudo, is it not? I realize it looks useless, Your Honor, but this is still testimony. Ha. I guess useless people are often really good at identifying useless things. What relevance does this scrap of paper have to do with this trial, Mr. Wright? Mr. Kudo's testimony is actually very relevant to the question at hand, Your Honor. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. I'm guessing this is the photo of the crime photo? This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean, by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist? Ha, sounds like you're describing yourself, trite. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is that something that should not exist in this photo? This right here. BRB? Alright, no problem. There's one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Objection!
Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have been in the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tres Bien that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Monde!
Objection!
Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene.
Objection!
Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary, in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Erg. Grog. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? Sniffle. I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? Ha! You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then this will be much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just one... Wait, there's more than just this one contradiction, Mom. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason. Why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. Hold on. I'm saving. I refused. The reason behind all the contradiction in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. Mr. Kudo made a mistake. The ear doctor made a mistake. The victim was a phony. That's crazy enough. That's got to be the correct answer. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet, there's one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. It's a weird spit take thing. Order in the court. Settle down, or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out here, huh? What did you say? Trite, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glen Egg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most interested about in his testimony was... The serving girl brought him a Java Chino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl, right? They're in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but there was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poison. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the colony.
Objection!
Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? If that's true, there was no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Ooh la la, this is most difficult for me. Objection! Happy New Year! Welcome to the year 2024. I'm sure it's better, please, I hope. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify you are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trace Net? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what had happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. We... In the restaurant. Man, this poor person is way in over their head. La victim, Monsieur Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember that old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won la lottery, Mon Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. There was no time for phony to do la acting. Partner and I used to have romantic New Year's. This year we were watching a video on the origins of the turnip skull. Trumpet skull. What's a trumpet skull? The origins of the trumpet skull. Yeah, I don't know what a trumpet skull is. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all. Jevanas demand pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What have you just done is committed perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. A gif of a skull playing the trumpet. And you're watching a video about the origins of that. That's actually interesting. Is it that prominent? I would have to see the gif, I guess. Also, there are children outright screaming in the road, mad over fireworks. It is. Oh, you guys do so the Brits do fireworks for New Year's? I thought that was strictly a Guy Fawkes thing over there. Because I mean, here we have 4th of July where we do fireworks, and then New Year's would make sense. But I didn't think you did fireworks for New Year's. For now, we will hear your cross-examination, Wright, if you please. It's for both. Oh, fair. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Well, he's directly involved in a murder. Yeah, he's gonna get in some trouble. In the restaurant. La victim, Monsieur Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. We have alone. Was he alone at the table as well? Moist. Oh, miss. Moist. Oui. I am from La Kitchen. Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. He swears there was another man at the victim's table.
Objection!
Ha. Unfortunately for you, Trite, yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. Huh? You know, seeing her squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden? I remember that old man arrived not long after him. Oh, whoops. Hold on. You have to question each one or it doesn't work. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oui. He comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special. I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me the happy, monsieur. You're most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe we should ask about his rifle in more detail. How many minutes after? What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 p.m. No? Okay, well we know that's not true because the 10 minutes of fun happened at 1:30. He does realize Godot hates his coffee, right? I don't think so. He's like the cinnamon roll of cinnamon rolls who happen to be involved in a murder plot. It's really odd. Maybe it's like a language barrier thing where he doesn't understand like the cues because he's primarily speaks French and they're speaking like English, I guess. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 p.m. No? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? But that's what you basically do most of the time anyway. Time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Thank you. Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? I'm glad at least one person's in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. I remember the old man arrived not long after him, just after 2 p.m.
Hold it!
You're absolutely sure about the time. When I think early hard, I am sure it was just after 2. Oui. It is the time I stopped serving the lunch menu. Quite right. I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time. Haha. I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch. Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already. Witness, get on with your testimony, please. There were no other customers.
Hold it!
So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim.
Objection!
How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Wright? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee, if you catch my drift. Also back from getting the chickens up. From putting the chickens up. Oh, you have chickens? Or is that a euphemism for something? I think we've only had one other person mention that they have, like, farm animal pets. This was Dante and Pan, but they don't come around no more. Yes, I have chickens, so that's fun. Never been much of a pet person myself, but I know people who had chickens. And a friend of mine, her mother had a pet chicken they kept in the house with like a diaper and stuff. It was quite the thing. There's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. When he got word he won lottery, Mon Elk became very excited.
Hold it!
I own several animals. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I've never been a pet person myself. My family's, you know, had dogs or cats or whatever, but I'm not much of a pet person. You tell me you weren't a pet person when I first came here, I would never have subbed. I don't hate animals, I just don't want to pet myself. That said, my chickens live outside. Now here I am, 19 months trapped. Again, I can't believe it's been 19 months. That blows my mind. Well, that's fine. I mean, most chickens live outside. Not all of them are indoor pets. You know, they have their own house. It's a chicken coop. It makes sense. Did you see him? No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, $500,000. Presumably the defendant heard that too, then, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove. What about Mr. Kudo? The old man choked on some bird seeds that got stuck in his throat. It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. That's completely impossible. I have a fish, a dog, a cat, and 2 chickens. Oh, okay. Getting a few more chickens next year. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, chickens do good as in a pack, right? I think it's like, what, 8 of them usually or something like that? But that's actually not too bad. A fish, pretty simple. It's, you know, fish tank. A dog, a cat, as long as they get together, that's fine. A pack of chickens, excellent. And 2 chickens, which is pretty reasonable. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill? I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur. Sorry? What do you mean? There is la renowned chef, Jean Armstrong, and la tragic poet, Clarice Armstrong. Clarice? Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef in $500,000 of debt, cooking for a man who won $500,000 on la lottery. It is called pierogi. It means why. What? Oh, porqué. It's porqué, but that's not French. Porqué is Spanish. It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for la court. Please don't. I want at least 5 to 6 birds. Fair, fair. None, as there was no time for a phony to do la acting. I mean, you contradicted the police as soon as the incident occurred? Contacted? I asked la old man to call for la phone from la payphone. By your own argument, Wright. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed. Bien, it seems la shadow of doubt has been lifted. No pas? Guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh? Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed, too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? Ah, you mean that's when the phony staged his act. We'll know for sure once I find a hole in his testimony. Okay, I remember him long. It was just after 2. On the other customers. I'm excited. It was incurred. Okay, so it's gotta be right here. I just don't know. It's gonna be the flyer about the drawing, right? I love animals. It is also French? Really? Porqué is also French. I did not know that. That's really interesting. So it's got to be the flyer for the 10 minutes of the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life at 1:30 p.m. I'm afraid I've finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Okay, what do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers on the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be the show Mon Elg was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder... You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving la lunch menu. Get to the point, Wright, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m., and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30? Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. None! This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum. Listening to the radio with a ruptured, you're catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Trespian that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elg acting out the events from Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Objection!
Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. Huh? But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginary theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. Glen Elg is performing a play for the benefits of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer in there. The customer was the phony Glen Elg. And where did this killer hide the body of the real victim? Narg. Well, since the chef is in on it, anywhere in the building. Prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with the proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Your voice for Godot is shockingly similar to his voice from the anime. I don't really do a voice for Godot, but that's fair. I guess his pacing, because he's got this weird, like, rhythmic, I'm trying to sound super deep. Wait, there's an anime? Yes. This is all, they have a full anime of this. There's several American lawyers reacting to it on anime, or on YouTube. You can go watch. Excellent. Yeah, you can go watch this whole thing. That proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? Evidence? What? I do watch the Legal Eagle. Yeah, he does the first episode. I've found a video of Legal Eagle doing the first episode. The biggest issue is that this is presented in a Japanese style of court, not an American style. So all the stuff that applies in American court doesn't really make any sense in a Japanese court. Oh, the anime itself is on Crunchyroll. Okay, cool. Cool. Nice, yeah. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? Thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elg concealed? Well, it had to have been inside of Trespian unless they somehow... Because the motorcycle was out front. So it had to have been inside Trespian. I don't want sense, I want Ace Attorney. Well, that's definitely what you're gonna get. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Trespian. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Trespian is... Well, it could have been behind here. He probably wouldn't have noticed. And I'm assuming in the kitchen?
Take that!
Oh, it's hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Oh, that's where this comes from.
Take that!
Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use la very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? I agree. Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Trace Bien. Okay. But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elg visited an otolaryngological. I swear I'm not an elk. Could you do like a idiot's breakdown of how to say that word? It's a medical word, so I'm hoping you know how to say it, because I have absolutely no idea. I know it's an ear doctor, but how do you pronounce this word? Elk visited an otolaryngological clinic. Just say ear doctor. I mean, I guess you specialize in heart stuff, right? You don't specialize in ear stuff? I was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Brr. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Monde. Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird, however. You were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. Non! Otolaryngological. Otolaryngological? Really? Laryn? Like larynx? Like your throat? Oh, you studied medical terminology in high school. Nice. Otolaryngological. That's an interesting word. I was actually not too far off. I just thought it would sound differently if you actually said it correctly. But otolaryngological. Okay. Order. This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg? Never. I could not do such an horrible thing. That's my best guess? Okay. No! No! Oh! Mr. Godot? The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. God, this guy... That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. What? I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, Chief, Chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear? My H-deficient friend? What? I guess because he doesn't pronounce H's because he's French? It cover ear, nose, and throat collectively. Oh, to not... Oh. Wait. Oh, to not... Oh, to auto? Otolaryngological? Otolaryngological? So not otolaryngological, but otolaryngological? Like that? ENT specialist, so it's an umbrella term. Right. Ear, nose, throat. I know it's an ear, nose, throat doctor. Yes? Okay. But I've never seen that word before. That's definitely one of those big medical terms that no regular person ever uses. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, Mr. H-deficient friend? Devus demands pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor. It's because even their loved ones don't say it. Yeah, exactly. Yo habla español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. You speak Spanish? I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? No, absolutely no. Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel. It is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. Me either, but it has terminology I know, so I can guess how it's pronounced. Gotcha. Galaryngological. Otolaryngological. Not Otto, it's Otto. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. Jeff has definitely gone beyond having one more chance. Oh, yeah. He's basically... It's been proven he's involved in a murder scheme. He's an accessory at this point, at a minimum. The confession. It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with his imp because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. Okay, that's not a witness's testimony. That's like a separate crime testimony. You were forced by who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table? There was another man. I knew it! Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. The confession. I'm assuming it was the bill. Ah, yeah, here we go. The owner of the loan is tender lender, so I'm assuming it's going to be this at some point. I just need to know where to put it in. It is true, I hid the body in the kitchen. Did you carry the body by yourself? I carried him, and I carried Maggie too. Maggie too? When she saw la victim collapse, she fainted. I could not leave her there. But why did you hide the bodies? A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. What man? Who was he? No, I cannot say. I fear for my life. He's really scared. We'll just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. Why would you go along with this man? I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. What reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong? You know, monsieur. Yes? Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment. A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. And a bit too male. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. So I'll just have to prove it with evidence. I think Phoenix could get away with pulling a gun on the witness in the interest of saving time. And would it probably be allowed with this idiot judge? Yeah. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. So you are claiming that all you did was hide the bodies. Is that correct? Oi. That's right. If we are able to believe you, we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this. He's already confessed this much. He might as well stop dancing around the real issue. Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is. Then sock it to him, Nick. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I landed in the kitchen and forced me to do it. I had no choice, but I had a reason and I cannot refuse. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try it here. This is, again, one of those ones where we have the answer. It's just knowing when to apply it is the problem. You haven't seen the craziest stuff he allowed. He allowed ghosts in. He allowed magic into the courtroom as legal law. He's absolutely insane. Okay, I'm assuming it's this. You have a $500,000 debt, don't you? $500,000? Is that true, Mr. Armstrong? Oui. Jesus désolé. I was weak and I borrowed the money. That's not the worst, trust me. All right. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked for you by this man. Where did he go? Oh, he's over here now. The Tender Lender Loan Company, also known as the Tiger.
Take that!
I like to take the bar exam in this world. I think I can blarg it. Blag it? What? You mean pass it? Where did blag come from? Same? Yeah, I mean, there's clearly no requirement. They talked about how Phoenix Wright went to school for art, and he had a minor in law, and now he's a full, well-known lawyer. Poor lawyer, but he's a known lawyer. Yeah, the bar exam here must be nothing. Find my way through it, make it a blag it. That is definitely a British thing. I've never heard blag it before. I think I've heard blag it. I feel like I heard that as an insult to call someone a blackguard, but not a blag it. I've never heard that term before. I have $1 million loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man told you. Oui, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong, the Tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. Needed to rewind. I've never seen Snatch from the beginning. I've only seen little parts of it. I've never seen it from the beginning. What? I knew you would be so offended. I knew you would be offended when I said it, but I have to tell the truth. I'm not gonna lie to you. For 2 films? We're not gonna have time for 2 films tomorrow. We have 6 hours of search 'em to do, and then we can watch the film. We're not gonna have time for 2. We can put it on the list for the next time we do a film watch along. We can watch Snatch. Don't pretend you have other. I have to work the next day. It's not about having other plans. I have to work the next day. I go to work very early in the morning. The next day, that isn't tomorrow. What? Yes. Okay, we're going to be watching the movie until like 8 p.m. my time. I have to go to work the next day. I can't be up to like 11 that night. Or at least I shouldn't be. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconsistent Maggie out of... Inconsistent Maggie out of the dining room area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. If I'm willing to put a patient's life at risk for this, then you sleep deprivation. Why? Don't risk people's lives. We can watch Snatch the next time we watch a movie, alright? I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie would have done it. I was not. It is despicable. Despicable. Mr. Godot? You will summon this Furio Tiger as a witness? I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. No? Apparently not. 30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. The trial could still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. I have expected the judge to have taken a to take a load from Tiger Boy? Loan. I mean loan. Wow. Wow. Wow indeed. We will dream once Mr. Tigray is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. Absolutely buck wild going on right now. It's all spiraling out of control. Save your progress at this point? Yes. Yes, I will. How much time do we got left? We only got like 20 minutes left. Alright, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. We're about to hit the final bit of this trial, I'm guessing. So, it's probably all or nothing at this point. I'm trying to think what I have to do tonight before I leave the office. January 8th, 1:21 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. So we're finally going to go see the Tiger on the stand. We're almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the Tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. I will give you a small bit of advice here. Save often. Oh, I do. I save between, like, basically every... Trust me on this. No saves or no... no ball. I am not bothering. The problem is it's not because it's hard. It's because it's boring. If I mess up and then we have to go all the way back to the beginning and then start over from there, that's really, really boring and time-consuming. Listen, you still have to say that I'm the best Elden Ring player there is because I beat that dragon with no armor. Alright? Remember, Miss No Balls? I do believe I'm still the master of Elden Ring to you. Miss, if you beat that dragon with no armor, you're the best Elden Ring player ever. And then I promptly beat that dragon. Ma'am. But yes, Ice the Unknown Ranger, I do save very often. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Beginner's luck. I was already like 60 hours into that module by that time. That was not beginner's luck. That was random luck, but not beginner's luck. Detective Gumshoe? What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Topknot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of got wound up. Arg! No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I can get some prints analyzed for you if you got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have any real decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out on the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? Poison bears Maggie's fingerprints found in her apron pocket. I mean, it's gotta be this, right? I mean, there's like, dragon slipped and banged his head. You are returning what he gave you. What? Yeah, it's gotta be this. Why didn't you just do that instead of giving it to you? Because your beautiful, beautiful man baby, Officer Gumshoe, is kind of an idiot. I'm sorry, he's kind of an idiot. I'm assuming I just give this back to him, though.
Take that!
Himbo? Yes. If you're going back to the station anyway, can you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey. That's a small bottle I gave back to you this morning! Yes, that's exactly what we just said. You're right, I swear I'm not an elk. Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of whose the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me, too. Small bottle given to the detective gumshoe. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. January 8th, 1:56 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Mumble, 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 mumble. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this?
Who is this bimbo?
You got the mods mad at the blurb for bimbo. That's amazing. Oh, that's so good. Allow. I swear I've allowed bimbo before. I swear I've allowed bimbo before. I almost am certain we've done that before. New achievement? Yeah, you've got the mod or the mods mad at blurb. I think that's only happened one other time. I think it was Zet770 got like the F word in there or something. Oh, that's good though. That's a good one for you. You've unlocked a personal achievement for sure. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful. He still bites. Are we not going to bring up the fact he also pretended to be us in court, like, 4 days ago? Law hat? I mean, the only law hat I have is going to be, like, I guess the cop hat? No. Mistake. I mean, this is the only law hat I have is the cop hat. Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the Grarg. Ah! Under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there too. Would you mind? What you say to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing, honest. Could have guessed that fear would include a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge. At least they finally called him out on that. I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the heck called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor? Oh dear. I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it. We're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who's the heck was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What'd you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Grr. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy. I mean, you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I've got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then? Look at Godot being the reasonable one. Seriously, it's very unheard of. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You was the one who set this up, didn't you? He's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I was saying? Gulp. Maybe I shouldn't have brought a diaper with me today. Get a grip, Nick, says the lady hiding under the table from a human. The tiger's alibi. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tinder lender every single day. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. He has his moments of awesomeness. Apparently, yeah. Ah, last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination. Arg, apparently. What is it, please, witness? If you could refrain from shouting out like that. I know the kind of modules that guys in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details until he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you're gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. When he said tame the tiger, I half assumed that he bit him. Ha, I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute. That's really not... This witness is... How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. No. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Come on now. Very well, I have no choice but to impress a penalty system here. You better be listening. I said get business to take care of big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. Wait, your bus? You ride a moped. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witnesses' testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? Tiger's alibi. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with the business in December last year, spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tender Lender every single day. You just want to check my alibi, just ask Viola. Okay, so... Tied up with business in December last year, spent all my time. I'm assuming... This is going to be... The calendar? You're serious about the penalty, by the way? Oh, I believe it. We've dealt with that before, where like we'll lose like half a bar or just instantly lose. That's why I'm saving so much. I'm gonna try. We're gonna start with this. See where this goes. Your Honor, what do you think about this witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow you. Or contradicts the Okay, so that was wrong. I don't think there's gonna be any points with the judge. Okay. Got this. With business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. Okay, if it's not that... On December 5th. Wait, is it gonna be this? Found a Tender Liner made of cardboard and printed to look authentic. Computer virus made by Linux. Okay. Destroying 10 minutes of your life every... Okay, so it could be... Okay, but that's pretty undermined. So it's got to be this. Because it says December 5th, so if he was busy, he wouldn't have come to court. Okay, let's try this. Your Honor, the statement... Okay, so it's not that. Or it's not that right there is the problem. My whole lineup and borrow cash from the Tender Lender every single day. I'm gonna check my alibi. Just ask Viola. Nothing about no murder. Tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I was lined up to borrow cash from Tender Lender every single day. It's not that. The day of the incident, there was a note. Trash beyond the bag is empty. So yeah, it's gotta be this, but maybe it's just applied here. No, not that one. Like, we have multiple things that contradict it. This is the thing that always drives me up the wall with this. I got was lined up. Check my alibi. I just asked Viola. Say about her head wound. A thoroughly bitter person. 42. 39. Took the 8. Also 32. I didn't think he was that much older than Phoenix. You got Will's lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Oh, unless it's this contract. Your Honor, what do you think about the... okay, nope, not that one. God, we have so many things. I don't know nothing about no murder. I don't know nothing about no murder. I want to go from this room. The magazine clipping wasn't from him. My microphone and the Will guard is still all smashed up. I have a tattoo sign. I'm patting down the kitchen. So, I mean, in my mind, the way this works is we use the magazine that says there was a phony Phoenix in the case. Then we prove that he was pretending to be us with the paper badge that proved he was not busy through all of December. Business in December last year. Spent all my time in the office. We tried this, right?
Objection!
No, it's not that one. It's got to be the magazine. We're gonna have to do this the hard way, I guess. Okay. Check out my alibi, just ask Viola. Bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. Surgery payment was due last year. Maybe the alibi thing? No? Okay. I mean, we have all this stuff. We know we do. We can tie him to the meeting with the victim. We have a reason why he would kill the guy and steal the CD case. We have the proof that the CD case was found at his place. We have proof that he was at the court case pretending to be Maggie's attorney, pretending to be us. We have the fake badge. It's just figuring out the order of operations on applying these things. We have something that proves he wasn't in the office besides this magazine clipping. This says payment was due last year. Oh, was it? Is it that she was in the hospital when this would have happened?
Objection!
Nope. Unless it's something silly like
Objection!
presenting her. No, okay. See, not being able to press any of these questions. I know nothing about no murder. So we tried that with that. A bench in Minimum Square thrown away by the old man. $1 million, owner of the loan and tender lender. And this ties him to the victim into the bomb thing. Take over $500,000 from Maggie. The incident has a small pocket. know what else we have to present. That ties him into... Because if it's not this, I don't know what else it could be. The business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. It was a loan up for cash tender lender every single day. Like, I have so much evidence and I could use so much of it. I don't understand what they want in this particular case. Clearly, our conversations are not. Like, I could build this case against him myself, but I don't know where they want me to apply what. I'm gonna borrow cash from a tender lender. I'm gonna check my alibi. Just ask Viola. I have to borrow cash from a tender lender every single day. Tied up with business in November last year. Spent all my time in my office. I have nothing to contradict this, right? Chief has a large debt and prior convictions for theft. Unless... Okay, give me a small hint, because we have so much of the evidence. I know exactly how, well, I feel like I know how the rest of this is gonna go. This is the thing that always gets me. It's the weirdest little, like, you have to apply this nonsense before the whole thing starts rolling downhill, and I don't know what I'm missing here. What is, like, just one hint? I burnt through the rest of this, no problem. I think I remember what evidence to present if you want that. Can you, okay, how about this? Can you tell me what it's going to reveal? Like, don't necessarily tell me the evidence, just tell me, like, what that proves. Because it proves he's out of the office, but how does it prove it? Try the calendar on the second statement? I've done that. That was the first thing I tried, was the calendar on the second statement. I tried the calendar first, and then I tried this magazine thing. And I got nothing else to prove he was out of it. It shows he met the victim. It's got to be this then. It's got to be the calendar. I think you've been reloading too quickly? I don't... Because there's usually... This background music will stop, and then they'll show the item, and the little bar in the top will go away when it's the right one. Unless it's this. Because we found it in his office. Is it this? I'm not sure. I follow. Yeah, no, that's not it. Everything else ties into that one, which is why I think it's that. Yeah, but I've tried that before. That's the problem. It's literally the first thing I tried. It's right here, and I was in my office, and then this is literally the first thing I did. On December 3rd, the day of the incident, there was a note saying, meet with the tiger. Poisoning death was between 1:30 and 2:30. Broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. $9. Oh, tender. You tried again, but, Your Honor, what do you think of this witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow you. Clearly contradicts the, I thought. Yeah, that doesn't work there. Okay, so... I don't know nothing about no murder. Can you press on it without evidence? No. They told me if I press on any of this, I will instantly lose. So I have to figure out what I need to do without pressing for further details. Got Wells lined up to... Only if you get it wrong, though. Not so. You can... Oh, you can press? I thought they specifically said that if I press them on anything that isn't relevant, which, I mean, is all of this, I just insta-lose. He said he'd do hard finds. Only if you press and get it wrong. Only on relevant statements, though. Oh, okay, so, like... Okay, I guess I'll try this and see what happens. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? You're talking about Viola Cadaverini? She witnesses everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. Seems like a rather, sketchy schedule. Rawr. There he goes again. With the tiger, that all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder, so now what? I guess press it? Mr. Tiger. Well, who does he want? What? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
Objection.
This is a dead end, Wright, and you know it. Remember the rules.
Objection!
No, it's essentially that was to establish the witness alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day, too? Maybe yous ain't listen. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I did believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please... Mr. Tigre, the court asked you add that last statement to your testimony. That's what we're missing. Okay. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Okay. See... That's misleading, because we've had ones in the past where if they say I can't press anything and I'll lose, I'll lose. This is not press certain ones. Yep, should work now. Yeah, definitely. The day you was talking about I was into Office too. I never saw that kid before. Okay, so now we have this. See, that's incredibly misleading to me. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger and the date. December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, assume that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. You can press, but only if you're a good lawyer. Wow, well then we'll never be able to press again. To be fair, you could press more 2, you will just get a penalty if you press certain statements. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, they've never done it that way before, so I would have not guessed that. In the past, they've only presented that if you press them, you fail. So I was scared to press anything, assuming that I would just insta-fail. Not bad. You actually is not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with yous to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You was calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing? Yes. Ruh-roh. So you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. Ha. And I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. Mo was like that? Mo. Which one was Mo? Was that the clown guy? That was the clown guy, right? Yeah, the clown guy. Wait, to be fair, you could press Mo too. See, I don't think I did that. I think I made sure to not press him so I didn't fail instantly. I was quite concerned with that. Black Magic is a great stripper name. I mean, if you have the right costume to go with it or the right, I don't know, genealogy? Maybe, but there's, unfortunately, that's kind of a loaded term. I think with the right outfit, you could pull it off, or if you have the right heritage, maybe. But I don't think anybody could use that as a stripper name. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tagre. Oh, yes. Would you mind indulging the court witness? Never actually met the victim. That's not going to be... That's got to be a lie right there. Time I nailed this guy. The victim, Glenn Elk. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed up. Or he ain't never showed. I ain't never been to that Trace BN joint. He's here. Oh, well, we know that's a fault. That's a complete lie. I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, Wright. Grr. Okay, so I can only press certain things. Never met Glenn Elk. There's a lame guy with a name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office and their lender. Went around for him, but he never showed up. I never been to this Trace BN joint. He's here. Gotta challenge that. I hate that I'm enjoying Godot's sass today. I mean, we have to appreciate him being the only person who's not scared of this guy. At least someone in here is an adult and making the proceedings go. Never. Not even once. Not even once. I was in my office that day that went down. I didn't put no poison in no kid's coffee. Capiche? You think he really didn't meet Glenn Elk? Not likely. Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing. So you mean that whole testimony he just gave was a lie? Of course. So we can't afford to give him time to think of ways to plug the leaks in. Gotta nail him while I still can. You know, I remember, like, oh, there was some lame guy that with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. Okay, so... And we can prove this with the matchbook. Because he can't see him. What? Oh, because he can't see him. Been there, sister? Wow. I mean, I think he can see through the thing on his face. I think the thing on his face is meant to cover up his identity, not because he's blind. Yeah, he can definitely see. It's just, you know, it's there to cover up who he secretly is, which is the cowboy guy from the first one. In my opinion. Alright, trace me in. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What you talking about? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? If you've really never been to Trace Me In before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around in my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. No one said anything about that, sir. Order. Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Garg, sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listening good, alright. I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well. And Gadot is cool. I see no reason to not appreciate him. I mean, his weird puns, or not puns, I guess his weird stories he goes on sometimes is sort of annoying. So far, I think, of the three I've met, he's probably better than Francesca, just because I got really annoyed with her whipping everybody all the time. But I don't know if I don't appreciate him or the justice system of this world. Oh, I don't appreciate the justice system of this world at all. It's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. Like an order just came in another testimony. Wait, what? Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. and the closest to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elg that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. At TraceBN. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. Okay, we know that's not true because the old man said he saw the moped when he showed up, and when he showed up, the guy was still alive. I don't know, I liked Francesca's whipping everyone. Well, learning a lot about you. I mean, I swear not an elk said it before I did. It's fine if you thought it was fun. It's funny in my opinion. I mean, that's fair. I'm not a person who loves physical comedy very much. That's not really my thing, but I know for a lot of other people, the physical comedy is very funny, so. For me, it was just like, why is this happening so often? And why does no one care they're being assaulted with a whip? I see, you didn't actually meet with him in the end then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? Yes, you're on. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even going to make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Ha. No problem. Anytime Tripe presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Mikado, that's my job? Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call it guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. The Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you's know since you's paying. Oh, man. Does that rule of law mean anything around here? She's definitely one of the funniest prosecutors for me. I mean, I did like her, like, you idiot of idiots who likes to show how idiot's idiot. That I say all the time now. That did get me. I like that part of it. It was just the whipping thing was just too over the top for me. I did like the you dumb idiot who is an idiot for idioting all the idiots. Like, that stuff was pretty funny, but I didn't like the whip stuff so much. At TraceBN. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. Heard the cops siren on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. Okay, so how do I contradict this? Because I know... Hold on. Already it was going to be, so I split. I think this one might be relevant. They didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then? Tiger's a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got no time to be caught up in no murder investigation. So, when exactly did you pick up the matches? There are matches just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home. Poor gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. Heard the cops siren on my way, and I went straight back to my office. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. So he was already dead when you got there. Okay. You mean you saw Glenn Elk's dead body? I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat. And what time was this? I don't know. Huh? You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker. Out of interest, Mr. Tiger. What winds you up the second most? Huh? Who do you think? Square watches. Is that for real? Look, all I need to know was that something bad was going down in that place. I figured the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. Kid at the restaurant that afternoon. But you don't have a time for where you would... If the fool you foolishly fool was foolishly spouts foolishness, you were not actually a fool, by the way. Just doing a poor Francesca impression. No, I gotcha. But yeah, no, that was funny to me. So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tenderlender at all then. The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. There's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag you've ever seen in there. If there are any issues. Wait, so he's talking about repayments, which means he was already... Maybe because of the punching bag that people are scared to come? This is why you decided to meet at Trace BN?
Objection!
Ha. You're going over ground again, Trite. Sorry. You just earned yourself a penalty. Now suck it down. Suck it down, the penalty, Mr. Wright, and you will like it. What? Thank you, sir. May I have another? I think you're a fool, you fool. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw an ugly scene. Wait, but he just confessed that he has talked to this guy and met him before to give him money. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Lunch special costs $20 despite how unbelievably bad it tastes. Well then, I'd never heard that dialogue before. Which one? The one about the... He was talking about repayment, or the... You have to suck it up thing? And the bag is empty. The virus made. Oh, because he's got this, potentially worth millions of dollars. It was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. Figured it was the place wasn't ready, so it was going to be so I split. Under the pump siren on the way out, and I went straight back to my office. Okay, hold on. The penalty. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, that's because you're good at this, and I'm not. So you don't have to worry about stuff like that. So, how did you get a hold of this?
Objection!
Your Honor. What? We found this in your play. Oh my god. Okay. Sure. I guess that's not the correct answer. That's insane to me, but alright. I was iron on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. Because he mentioned that when he came in, he saw the motorcycle. By phony. The real guard is all smashed up. It was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. This wasn't... Okay, let me try... this? No? I was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. Opened the door to join. I saw one ugly scene. Unless I'm just trying to... This? No. I'm siren outside. I went straight back to my office. He doesn't know what time it was because he doesn't believe in watches. $1 million bill per... Advertising found lie in... I feel like it's gotta be the old man. Table, stiff as concrete. Wait, how could he see that from the front door? Oh, that's gotta... Okay, figured out the place wasn't hot already. It was gonna be... So I split. Saw the one ugly scene. So it's gotta be... the floor plan, because he wouldn't have been able to see the guy from here if he didn't come inside. That's gotta be it. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Yes, there it is. There it is. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigray? No one escapes the Tigray's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. Huh? And no one escapes the Phoenix clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene? You say we're standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigray. From there, you filed your field of vision would have covered in an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. You mean besides the two walls in the way? Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. The court would think back. You remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Yeah, there's like two things in the way for this. Why? That's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customers walking in ends here. So from the entrance of the trace bin, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Objection!
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? Yeah, but we've already determined that was a fake incident and was alone at this table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Egg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without this obvious question being answered. Who exactly was the real killer who impersonated the victim? Huh? You say that the killer murdered Glenn Egg, and that impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of the criminal to the court. What? Computer, I swear to the robo-gods. I have turned you off for this nonsense so many times. Alright, well the real murderer is this guy, obviously. Obviously. The killer is Firo Tigray. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness? Rawr, now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you just don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. But I dares you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigray. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright? Doesn't mean like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, don't leave me to handle this alone. Ha! Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot? Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very suspiciously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? Doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Huh? Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee. Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ha. Fend your pen at last, trite. It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress, from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright? I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Egg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was the waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Okay, well that's gonna be her. Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadavrini. She's an employee of Tenderlender. He's making a big mistake. You don't know who Venet's grandfather is. You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. I'm shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh. Holy cow, I was riding around in a lake in Hunter Call of the Wild. I saw the hugest pack of wolves I've ever seen. Nice. More impressed by the holy cow you speak of. Nice, yes, yes. Holy cow, I was riding around in a lake. Around a lake in Hunter Call of the Wild. I've never played... I've only played a little bit of Hunter Call of the Wild. I shouldn't say I've never played it. I only played a little bit of it. I just played some of the free stuff, which was like rabbit hunting or something, I think. It's an interesting idea. Like, it's a very casual hunting experience, I think. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice, once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness? What have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? You're alright. You's alright. I would do with a guy like you's around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this module. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give yous one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? You's got it all wrapped up nice, huh? Right? You missed one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid, too. Huh? But I couldn't have poisoned him. You see, he's here? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? Ha. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. The pack had 9 wolves. That's on the higher end for a pack of wolves in real life. But I think in real life they go up to 12? If I remember right. One more streaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trace Bean between yourself and the victim? Ties to the victim. Yeah, I loaned Elg cash, about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his paycheck date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know. Really lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she had done, everything would have been over. I always buy my wolves a 12-pack, more cost-effective. Yeah, that's one for each, basically. And then, well, that's one for each, and then 9. That's 3 for you. That makes sense. I see that the principal amount you learned to Mr. Elg was $50,000. Yeah, well, you've got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. It's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice as principal. And their payment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive. He has to have one, but what is it? Well, he owed $1 million. He owed $1 million to the Catarinis. I like the module. It's the only shooter I like. Well, that's fair. It's very different than a standard, like, Counter-Strike or something, right? Wait, are you shooting the wolves? Well, it's a hunting module, so yes. You can shoot the wolves, you can hunt deer, you can hunt elk, well, elk, yeah. You can hunt rabbits and stuff. If you pay for the more exotic animals, you can hunt some other weirder stuff. You monsters. Hi, said the victim. Yeah, I loaned Elga cash about $100,000. Today was due to a little chat. He had to hit his paycheck date, see? Anyways, he tells me no way to pay up. About to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yeesh. I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. Wages hadn't done what she had done. Everything would have been over. He was meeting with Glenn Elga's money back. If I had just given him the lottery ticket, that would have been the end of it. Yeah, so what's the tiger's motive? This is a big one. Don't manage to undermine this testimony, it's all over for us. Why would he have to poison Mr. L? And why did he loan him the money in the first place, when he knew he couldn't repay him? Yeah, I loaned L cash about $100,000. They wanted to do the... So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. Not to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I got $500,000, got lucky, real lucky. 1000, shoot, everything would have been over. Hold on. Yes. I have all the map. I'm not shooting them yet. Yet. Angry horse. I'm surprised you would befile your own chat box with an angry horse. The waitress, you mean? The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. We should push a little harder on this. Ask about things would have been. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? All there and what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get money, my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before the waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the waitress's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tiger had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. Tiger's motive, huh? Okay. RN, I'm just scouting out new need zones. Well, right now I'm just scouting out new need zones. I didn't think of hunters as a common enemy of the not elks and wild horses. Gotcha. I see the tiger. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I know. We know what we need. He has the $1 million loan. After the $100,000 and have no reason to kill the guy. Okay, I'm gonna press him on this and see if there's something else here. Are you saying you had no other motives that day? Yeah, so what? Then, why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left? Why'd you think? Because of Four Eyes over there. Is it Maggie? How about you go ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Elk's coffee.
Objection!
I like your theory. Your word hasn't held water lately.
Objection!
Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, Trite. The law don't exactly agree with some of the deals I send down. I couldn't be there when the cop showed up, so I split. I see. Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee. What? Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like it amended? Have it amended, I think? Is that an angry unicorn? At the scene, how Godot? At the scene. How is Godot arguing this man's credibility still? I mean, we only caught him in like 4 lies up to this point. Anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like their testimony amended. Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statement, please. Thanks to what she did, my business with the kid was over. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over. Well, he got lucky, you know, real lucky. But to flatten the guy when he starts screaming, that kid was over. So, the Tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? These all those are what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get $100,000, $100,000 all coming together before the waitress got... As far as I can tell from the testimony... Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the... Have it amended? Wait, minus, okay. 100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Oh, okay, so we can switch it back and forth, depending on what we need? Okay, I need this one, I think. And it's either going to be... I was after the 100,000, not having any other reason to kill the kid. So... This?
Objection!
So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Eld owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
What are you getting at, Trite? Who else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money. But money in a totally different league. Kind of money that single disc like this would fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the inside of a computer. Computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $million on the black market. Several $1 million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer. A highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program? Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, right? A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. Seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million? Because he had to pay back Viola's medical papers. A $1 million bill for criminal surgery payment was due last year.
Take that!
In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue those HMOs. Oh, come on. Act like there's insurance now, sure. No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a mower. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Okay, drawer. Order. You say his life depends on it, Mr. Wright? Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadavarini. Did you say Cadavarini? Brujo Cadavarini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activity in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadavarini. Roar! Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Berto Catarini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. On that day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, but Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win? Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tiger with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So we resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elk and then made his next move. To frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tiger posed as Glenn Elk, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. Salt bathed the tea? Awful? It's not salt, it's poison. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. And it's coffee, I think. It's a Javachino, aka cappuccino. Poison bathed the tea? Okay. The witness being the one who heard all the tests. Wait. The witness being the one we all heard the tests. We heard testify yesterday. Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Well, at least that may not have impacted the taste. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef would have been kept in the dark about it.
Objection!
Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Order. Silence, or I will clear the courtroom. Rahahaha. You just put on a good show, Spiky. Huh? If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. I have a feeling something weird's about to happen. Wow, we're almost to 7. We're way over time. Alright. My appearance, you're very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Boyd had no way out. What? Another one? Mr. Wright? Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick that you say Mr. Turkey performed to frame the accused? Oh, it was this. He pretended to be our lawyer.
Take that!
Or her lawyer. At least that may not have impacted the tail. Oh. I hope he turned into a were-tiger? That's 2 sips of coffee. And what's the relevance of that, Trite? It's just a little intro. An intro into what? Seems all this has been an elaborate trick on the part of the defense. What? Okay, so if it's not that, then it's gotta be the badge. Okay. Okay, so it's gotta be the fake badge then.
Take that!
What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone would be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in the question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was. Standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen.
Objection!
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Gulp. Hey. Forget about it. Yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Objection!
Have you no pride, sir?
Objection!
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives. Arg. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor? Speaking for myself, I'm absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. Wait, what? That completely contradicts every eyewitness that comes into court. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glenn Elg, you say he impersonated you, but none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. No, arg. Ha. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You got that? All I meant to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ha. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence. Okay, I'm assuming this is when Gumshoe is going to show up with the bottle. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness's cross-examination over. You are free to go, Mr. Tyler. Hold it. Your Honor, sir. There he is. Wait. Detective? Detective Gumshoe? Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything in this, my badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this, too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. It's my hero. What? At least this isn't a complete Deus Ex Machina. This is more of a Chekhov's gun sort of situation. January 8th, 2:48 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I definitely got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle? Oh, so, do you know who the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. Hee hee hee. You bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. They're furry tigre's paws prints, all right. That's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the time for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elg's coffee. It's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, it really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggie, and I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it, and I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Small bottle. The victim's ear medicine covered in Firo's tiger's fingerprints. Small bottle put into his pocket. Wait. What? January 8th, 3:04 p.m. District Court to courtroom number 4. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you can prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, right? Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I have been to no court before, but you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. Oh, did the chat die? I guess my chat disconnected. Oh, wait. No, we're still streaming. Uh-oh. Is it doing the same thing it did on me last night? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This isn't good, team. I think it's doing the same thing it did the other night. Alright, well, we're still streaming, so I'm gonna keep going. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really back into a corner. Maybe if he thinks he's got me beat. Wow, everything is just dying simultaneously, huh? Which is real strange. How do I have nothing? Okay, well, I know how to fix this. Let's try that. Well, I run off the company Wi-Fi. There we go. Hold on. Okay, good. We're back. Alright. Chat's working on the phone, so hopefully that'll keep me up to date. I'm really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Read this? Oh, okay. Decisive evidence. Ah! Daily powder found in her apron pocket. Maggie. Trace me in the bag's empty. Ear medicine covered in Frigo Trigger's fingerprints. So they want me to present this. Wait. Is it actually going to turn out to be this? Trying to get a save in there before this happened. I guess we'll try this and see what happens. Then his final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's... Your Honor? Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigray. What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusions are you hoping to draw from this new information? What here knows what this bottle contains? Except one man, one person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that this weak-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the heck's in it anyway? Phony trial, a phony lawyer, and a phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seemed like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Ooh. Ooh, he's breaking the rules. Tigray, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Okay. We save beforehand, because there's almost guaranteed not to be the case. Why? Because it contains... Huh. The victim's ear medicine. Is there any reason it's not potassium cyanide? He said it was potassium cyanide. Victim's ear medicine. I almost feel like it's not potassium cyanide. I guess we'll try it and see what happens, but I almost feel like it's not. The bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? Potassium used to murder Mr. Egg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And so on this bottle, Mr. Taggery was found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? Ha ha ha. You make a good clown, you know that? What? You think I'm never gonna get this to stick? You's just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. And the bottle with the cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger. We're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it. Okay, I guess it did work. Got him. At last. What? Why is everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle. Is that bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you, people. That lawyer's just playing modules. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell the guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? We were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. We really had nothing to do with the murder. You shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You just don't know who's you's messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. Phony trial with a phony lawyer. It's all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Wow, that's a big witness explosion. Oh, the lights actually, honest to God, went out. What's going on? It was like a blackout. Well done, Trite. What? I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. What? Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Why did he hit him with a cup of coffee? Just because he hates him? Can you see chat? It hasn't updated. Yeah, I can't... The chat is not working. I don't know why the chat isn't working. It just isn't working. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tiger, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicions of murder of Glenn Elg, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Hero Tiger is truly a frightening criminal. Ha. A truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot. Yep, chat's still not working. Well, I'm now in a position to deliver my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. Well, we got through that part at least. Why is she saluting? Oh, God. That is all. The court is adjourned. Oh, I thought for sure there was going to be another, like, hold it. January 8th, 4:10 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, number 1. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe? Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. Oh, maybe the chat just isn't working for me, which is bizarre, because, like, the chat's also not working on my phone, which is using, like, its own internet. So I don't know what's going on with that. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, now it's updating. Did it work? Hold on. It might have actually fixed itself. Hold on. That's just straight up a crime. Like most things here, cyanide or oils, what do I know? It's not like I killed the guy. Unless... Time to break a rule. Okay, yes. I'm reading these out loud. Can you see chat? It hasn't updated on screen. Redeem. Get back to work, slacker at GG. She's a former police officer. I know, but she's a former police officer. She's not an active one. I'm literally reading this off of my phone right now. All right, Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I know you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, I was... well, guess I'll be heading out then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even any of use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie. You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you throughout all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. If she... Okay, so you're saying she's a former cop. She would know how the law system works. She would know that that's not how this goes. She should know better. Slap her? Well, I mean, that's not an option. He really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. This terrible, terrible food. No. I'm assuming it's the wiener plate. Also, fixing the relationship is not his responsibility. That's true too.
Take that!
Would you like this? Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? What kind of lawyer are you? What do you mean? I'm trying to help a friend out. I actually really like weenies, you know. Oh, God. Okay. Whoa. Grug? Did you guys hear that? A friend and his harlot? What? She's a very nice lady. We have no reason to believe she's a harlot. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Except for her love of weenies. That's a different problem. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. Why does she look like she's crying? I guess because it's so good she's crying? Yeah, I guess these are like little Vienna sausages is what those are supposed to be. Because I thought it was like hot dogs cut up. But those are intact. Been there. Wow. False allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. That is some goo left in there. And I know who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. What is this pink goo? I don't like the pink goo. This wasn't like raw steak. This is hot dogs. What? Episode 3. Recipe for Turnabout. The end. Okay, team. There we go. Oh my god, Edgeworth is back. Also, apparently there's a gun on a bridge with a guy with a knife and a little girl. And I can't even tell what's going on back there. Looks like someone was unconscious. Save your progress up to this point. I will, in fact, take my progress up to this point. Edgy! Yep, he's back. Okay. Okay. You'll see. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Don't you worry. The girl. Let her go. Oh, it's a movie. Fun. Why is it in black and white? Or I guess sepia tone in this case? Shut up. Come closer and I'll kill her. Oh, it's a lady. Sorry, you're not going to get the chance. Oh my god, shoot him in the face. Yes! Probably the little kid that actually died, though, which is really sad. Edgeworth came back as the gosh darn Batman. Oh, he's just watching this on... I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Oh my god, no. Oh, come on, I want out. Let me out. Terry Fallis. Kidnapping, murder, death penalty, fugitive moments. After escaping, Fallis met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours something. About 8 hours after his escape. First her client was a death row inmate. That was a whole year before me and I ever met. I guess she was just an assistant on that case because they said that his case was the first one she ever took charge of. 6 years earlier, Mia Fey first trial. Oh, so this is like the first time Edgeworth did a trial. So we're going to be taking on little boy Edgeworth. Weird. February 16th, 1924, a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. Oh, we're back in number 4. Ugh. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm going to die. Okay, we're ending it there, though. We don't need this right now. Title screen. Are you sure you want to... And some crabs will be... Yes, that's fine. Save the rest of that for next time. Alright, team. But there we go. There we go, team. There we go. We got... We put the tiger in jail and somehow didn't... Somehow... Violetta... Cardavianati didn't get involved in that at all, even though there's evidence she should have been. All the lurkers, of course, though, thank you. You have the Twitch rogue around. We always appreciate you. Anybody who checks the VODs here in Twitch or checks the VODs in the YouTube repository, thank you. Seeing those numbers always helps keep me motivated. Always appreciate that. If you need a well-thought-out solution, you need a thinking solution. Raven Hillbrook Inc. Thinking Solutions. I have one new message. Okay, that's from Streamlabs. I love that Streamlabs is still working somehow, but I can't get it to show me chat. All right. But yeah, I think that'll be it, everyone. I hope everyone has a good, safe new year, or has had a safe new year, depending on which day of what year it is for you. I hope to see you all back for tomorrow's Search 'em special event and the movie watch along. Again, the movie watch along will be in the Discord. But yeah, I think that'll be it for me. We got the case done. We caught the tiger. We caught the phony tiger. Yeah. But yeah, I think that'll be it. Yeah.